because of there was nothing else in the field, and YouTube is a zone where you don't have to be vetted, then she's just allowed to run with certain shit, not prove anything or nothing, and it's just taken as word. Now, certain people they mad at me for coming at they like, "Ew, if you would disrespect a pregnant woman." The bitch came for me while she was pregnant. Fuck her. The bitch could chew dirt, kick rocks, and eat dust. Fuck her. Fuck her. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the reality of it. Bitch, don't throw stones if you live in a glass house or what have you. You know, I found it very convenient that the bitch want to come pull up she did a background check on me or what have you. And then, once a nigga hit back, don't be mad because I hit harder than you do, bitch. I'm gonna light your motherfucking ass up. That's what I do. I'm Trent, goddammit. I don't do that soft ass shit. Now, the facts of the case for this, man. People stay out here, they running with Keith and Chuck and this tape and Damon Pryor and all of this shit, man. All of that stuff is just YouTube nonsense. They people talk about, oh, well, they didn't have the tapes and they don't got this. Remember, I'm closely affiliated with MA1, okay? So I know, motherfucker, that there is other tapes. Okay? There are other tapes, dude. The tapes that caused the conviction were not these little tapes that everybody seems to talk about. Oh, well, there was Damon Pryor in this tape. There was this one in this tape. It's a fucking tape with the man looking dead in the motherfucking camera. Now, what happens is there are a lot of people. There are a lot of short attention span people, and the YouTube space is the short attention span network. The average video it got to be between 7 to 14 minutes. That's how you that's how you entertain everybody. That's how you get your clicks, your views. That's how you get your best viewership. Is by making videos that are 7 to 14 minutes, and people listen for sound bites, right? So when they come and they get me or whatever, they'll try to get a sound bite, and they won't try to take the whole story because the whole story told in its entirety is going to say many and plenty of things that may or may not be liked or whatever, but it's going to be a complete story. Okay, it's going to be told in the fullest of context. I'm going to tell everything about the story. I'm going to tell everything about these people. I'm going to lay the story the hell out. All right, I'm not going to come over here and tell you a half story. I'm not going to come over here pull your motherfucking coattail. I don't do clickbait. I don't do half narratives and all of this stuff. All right. Now, they call me the man from St. Louis, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Okay. But it's one person that's going around. This person says they are the cousin. Oh, I'm talking to the cousin and I'm saying this, I'm saying that. Listen, dude. I know people who go into the jail and not the people who are getting these phone calls, the random fans that are getting these phone calls and all that shit. There are people who go into the jail and actually talk to this man. And dude, the man that said Levi ain't his cousin. Let's cut the cap. Has anybody, like all of the people that he didn't call on the phone, all of the people that wrote him letters, why come in 3 or 4 years there ain't been no letter to say this person is a cousin? Why? Next thing, people want to go and say, oh, I work for Larry and I'm a flip-flopper and all this and all that. Motherfucker, we all started off saying, okay, this person is innocent. Then as more and more facts come out, it's like the crime gets harder and harder to deny. You have to deny the evidence. Then how do you become a flip flopper? Because you are stating the obvious. The obvious. This motherfucker got convicted in two separate federal jurisdictions that are nowhere close to each other. Dirty got convicted, man. Convicted. But people gloss all the way over the conviction. They still talk about, oh, he's 100% innocent, free Rob, free this, free that. Dude, this motherfucker ain't gonna get out no time soon. He's not getting out no time soon. Did y'all hear he got sentenced to 30 years, bro? 30 of them things. 3-0. You know, and motherfuckers can say what they want to. I stole some money, but guess what? At the time that this shit was going on, I was 9, 10, 11 years old. Motherfucker, I was not there. I wasn't there, okay? Dude, what the fuck I need to steal? Fuck I need to steal $1 million for, bro? I got a business, dude, that made goddamn $500,000 last year, dude. The type of money Rob got, dude, that shit, dude. My business do that shit in 3 months. What the fuck I give a fuck about Rob's money for, dude? Are you serious? I mean, come on, dude. This is me and my wife are separated. All right, me and my wife are separated right now. Okay, so this is just my simple house. This is my simple house. Okay, if I go over to the house my wife live in, goddamn it, this shit decked the fuck out. So what the fuck I care about any of this shit for, dude? I don't care about this shit, dude. This $1 million, dude. Listen, what the fuck do I need $1 million for, dude? You can look me up on the internet, bro. Check my real name. Go on my LinkedIn profile. I ain't got shit to hide, bro. I ain't got shit to run from, dude. I'm self-made. I never lied to the people. Okay? I'm not a manager over here in no fucking Waffle House. I'm not trying to get clout by saying I'm connected to this one, that one. And listen, when I try to go and get a lawyer or what have you, it's because the reason that this motherfucker is sitting in jail is because he didn't have good lawyers. All right. If Larry is the only nigga talking about, man, he need a better lawyer, then I'm gonna fuck with the nigga who talking common sense. Common sense, okay? I'm not gonna fuck with somebody who's sitting over here talking about just talking the dumb shit. Motherfuckers talk goofy shit. People talk stupidity, man. People talk real life stupidity or what have you. Like, these people go in and say, okay, yeah, he stole the money. I stole this. I stole that. Stole what? What? Stole what? Dude, like, the reality of it is that, bro, when I work for the federal government, man, my security clearance, dude, was high as fuck. High as fuck. They trying to what's going on, Ty? You know, she with Larry and them, one color, one voice. They say that I'm flip-flopping because I'm over there with y'all or what have you. And y'all the only ones who talking sensibly about this shit. Now, when they be saying, you know, hey, he a child molester and all that, I don't really get off into the name calling, but these people are the folks who will actually sit up in here and read through the capes. A lot of these people, man, have been running with YouTube commentary for 3+ years. 3+ years. The YouTube commentary was started by somebody who did not even have the facts. This person would take one clip that didn't mean anything, take another clip that didn't mean anything, and they would try to make all this shit connect. And then at the end of the video, be like, Damon Pryor, that was Damon Pryor in the tape. That wasn't Rob. Well, nigga, when motherfuckers up in the camera like this, people in the background like, hey Rob, such and such on the phone for you. And then you over here, you knocking this bitch down at a point to where you can clearly see that it's her. Okay, it's undeniable. Then the girl came in, corroborated, said it was her. This nigga left his wife for her. Is people who are, you know what I'm saying? Like real talk, okay? Real talk. It's people that's actually connected to, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, this shit's so deep. It's people, man, that's connected to this man who have told me out their own mouth. Yeah, he was with Aaliyah. Drea told about the him and Aaliyah situation, and when Drea told about the him and Aaliyah situation, then that's why come they winded up breaking up. Then a couple months later, that's when he married Drea. These are people who everybody know. These are folks who are verified being next to the man who's saying this shit, dude. Then it's like, okay, you hold folks accountable because people pay attention to the evidence. People wake up and pay attention to what's going on. I mean, come on, man. Come on, bro. Like, is this what we really doing? Like, then, man, you get to a standpoint where, okay, you get to a standpoint where one plus one has to equal 2. They have to equal 2. People want to talk about emotion that I wrote 2.5, 3 years. Matter of fact, let's see. The corona pandemic had just jumped off. I was working in Arnold at that time. So this would have been like spring of 2020. So this shit is almost really about 3 years old. These folks stay talking about the same shit. The same things, bro. The same shit. Okay, listen. Rob not getting out no time soon. Okay, if I gotta be the one to bust the motherfucker's bubble by saying it, I'm gonna bust the bubble. Then, you know, what's funny to me is that these people, they all get mad at me for basically prophesizing what was going to happen, okay? Because one, you get mad at a nigga for trying to raise money for this motherfucker to get some lawyers, okay? Then he get bad lawyers, he gets convicted, and dude, you got all these lawyers who coming in the last minute. This cat, you know what I'm saying? You gave the government all this motherfucking time to investigate you, and now you standing up here against 30 counts and 40 counts, and you trying to be motherfucking 50 fucking counts against you in four different jurisdictions. Dude, nobody's gonna beat that shit because the law is written to where all they gotta do is loosely apply, loosely fit. Well, then you get a stank ass motherfucking reporter say, "Oh, this motherfucker called me trying to say this, trying to say that." Bitch, listen. One of the things that the bitch needed to say is she needed to take some life advice from me. Okay? And that's the facts. Bitch, get some life advice. Okay? Stop motherfucking trying to, YouTube is, these motherfuckers claim to fame. YouTube is the end all be all of half of these people, man. They don't have anything else going the fuck on. Okay. I left YouTube and went out and made $1.3 million, bro. Okay. Legally, legitimately. Okay. I got $500,000, bro, in accounts receivables that motherfuckers owe me. You know what I'm saying? These are verified numbers. I got over damn near $400,000 in accounts receivables out of one account, and ain't even getting to cash on hand, liquidity on hand, assets, properties, build. Like this ain't accounting for any of that. Man. And people are really asking about money or what have you, like, dude. People run with this. People heard Kip say, "Oh, it's Durham McDavid. Durham McDavid did it." They don't even realize, man, when Durham McDavid went to court, part of the reason he got acquitted, man, is that this money that everybody's saying that he stole from Rob owed Durham some money. Rob would put a bunch of shit in people's names, use a bunch of people's credit cards, and then Rob wouldn't pay people. They would have to go and recoup their money from him, and hence they would sue him. So I mean, some people, bro, are just fanatics, man. And when y'all are listening to YouTube, you are listening to the fanatics, man. You listening to people who they are trying to drag this story out, bro. Y'all see on my main channel, man, I started doing movie reviews and TV show reviews because, like, this shit is boring. It's tiring to talk about, man. It's tiring to go over the same things over and over again. They be like, "Oh, the rogue police commissioner and all of this and his wife this and his wife that, and they came up against my cousin." All right, bro. If the motherfucker, if Sean Hurst is so rogue, then why is it that he can do security for Jennifer Lewis one week? They have Rihanna the next week. They have all of these people week after week after week. You got Will Smith one week. You got you got all of these, what I'm saying, notable people, bro, that anytime I call and talk to them, man, it always be some new high profile person that they dealing with. Like, Rob is not the only fucking client. He's not. You know what I'm saying? He's not, bro. Like, come on, man. Come on. And like, it's like, okay, so a channel like mine, I don't get the viewership that they get. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because I'm only here to spread the truth to those of y'all who really want the truth, dude. Who really want the truth, right? Now, I work for myself. I own my own business, dude. I've been working for myself for the past 2 years. So I'm not hell bent on dragging out a story because I need some shit to look at work. I'm not that guy, bro. Like I don't need to drag a story out or constantly go in and drum up drama. For what? I don't care, bro. Like even Dana, bro. Like I'm not. I don't even got no beef with the dude. Yeah, I copyrighted his name, but I don't give a fuck, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't even worth me going to my motherfucker lawyer and telling her, let's put another federal lawsuit on this motherfucker for using my copyright. Give a fuck, man. Use that shit, dude. Whatever. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. Then they say, well, you copyrighted, ain't shit happened, blah, 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 blah. It is not worth my time. Okay? It's not worth my time. Okay? Like, and I'm gonna tell y'all something, bro. And this ain't even a start no beef, but okay, with a character like Dana, bro, he don't keep an address long enough for you to serve this motherfucker with a federal, bro. You have to be able to serve this man. He can't keep an address long enough to serve him. So you're supposed to hire a private investigator to go out and find where he actually lives at. And y'all know, man, my little brother, biological little brother, lives in Atlanta. But that nigga, man, my little brother, Jerry, man, he's an alcohol rep for like T.I., 2 Chainz, Future, all of the stores that's in Atlanta. My brother organizes their liquor, and you know he got a couple of stores down there too that you know he's the liquor supply man for. So if I could call my brother up, give my brother $1,000, like man, find out where this nigga is, but he's not worth our time like that, man. He ain't worth my time. You know what I'm saying? I got a 5-year-old motherfucking daughter, dude, who get more and more. She a motherfucker for real. Her and her mama something else. Truth be told. So like what? Like what the fuck do I care about this shit, dude? Like for real? Fuck do I care? These people gonna continue dragging this same story out. And you know what I'm saying? I want y'all to pay attention to something. These same people go over to the same people's chats, bro. They didn't all fill out to the same people, bro. Same people. They go from place to place to place, trying to jump out and have a story, dude. And it's like whatever, man. Everybody got beef with Debo. Oh, that's why Debo is over her. He fighting that shit out. Nigga, free Debo. Fuck that shit. Free that nigga, man. Free Debo. Fuck out of here, dude. That nigga, he meant well, but his approach to it was just off. But free Debo. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? He got a little overzealous with what he was doing, but ultimately free that nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, people, I Bruh, I never seen in my life, man, so many people be so fanatical about a man, dude, that they don't even know like that. Don't none of these people actually really know R. Kelly like that, man. And then they want to, everybody wants to argue as far as what's the real story. What's the real story? Who stole what? Where, this person's lying. That person's lying. And dude, so, like, man, people swear up and down Azriel lying. And Azriel ain't fucking lying. Okay? You know what I'm saying? The people, like, think about it like this, bro. They call me a flip flopper. They call me a flip flopper because I realized Azriel wasn't lying. Was she finessing? Yes. Lying? No. She wasn't lying. She was finessing. Her and the parents were finessing. Did they twist certain things to fit their narrative? Yes, the fuck they did. They were finessing, but lying, no, they were not. And because I realized that, hey, they weren't lying, I said, oh, fuck, he gonna need a lawyer. Let's get some money together to get this man a lawyer because, they not lying. But, what happens is people don't want to accept the fact that she's telling the truth because it allows them to live in a place where they're comfortable, right? Nobody wants to when the OCOV come out and they start saying y'all or child molester supporters. Nobody wants to say, "Oh yeah, I support a child molester." You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody want to say that because it sounds bad, but that's what they do, or that's what they are. You know what I'm saying? Like even me myself, dude. Like okay, I personally feel like I feel like this was a targeted hit, and they wanted to bring him down for whatever political agenda, you know, they whatever political agenda they wanted to make him an example for, they used him. But at the same time, motherfucker, you should not have been guilty of the shit. Okay? And had he have been honest from the beginning, it would have saved everybody a lot of time, dude. It would have saved everybody a lot of time. It just would have, dude. But people what I'm saying? Think about this, dude. R. Kelly don't have no real fans. He don't have no real fans, bro. And the reason why he don't have no real fans is because you got a bunch of so-called supporters, bro, who let this man go to trial, bro. And they let him go to trial with just lawyers. He didn't even have a legal team. He didn't have a whole law firm on his case. He didn't even have a whole law firm on his case. You know what I'm saying? So the same person, from Tennessee, who lives in a Radio Shack, who they said, well, yeah, Greenberg and Doug, they can handle this case. They can handle this shit. They can handle it. We see what that resulted in, right? These people, they get out here, they want to drag my name, and talk all this shit or what have you. But ultimately, if I set out to raise $1 million, I didn't raise it, did I? So ultimately, they got to have it their way, didn't they? And you see what happened to their king. He's sitting in jail right now because they so about it. They know so much, and they like, oh, they know best or whatever. Like, come on, bro. We really gotta stop with the lunacy, bro. We really do. We really do. Okay. Me and my wife, I got a master's degree in cybersecurity. My wife got an MBA, bro. You know what I'm saying? She owns stock in the company that she works for. She's a partner in the company that she worked for. Dude, we black excellence, dude. The fucking, when you got you know what I'm saying, you got bitches who get ratted out, bust in by a new nigga every 2 years, bro. And these are the people who are really these are the people, man, who folks really hit their wagons to. You know what I'm saying? People who go out, man, pick fights, and then, man, you gonna pick a fight with a bird. Then when that bird motherfucker bite you and scratch you, then you try to play, a damsel in distress. You try to play weak and innocent, bro. But this is the game. This is the name of the game that we in, baby. This is the name of the game that we in. Just real talk. This is the name. This is the name of the game. Believe it or not, it's the name of the game. So, long story short, the point that I'm getting at with y'all is this. Okay. Sooner or later, folks are going to have to realize it's over. It's over. Okay. And, really, bro, the folks who are still blogging, still listening to this shit, these are the people, bro, who have real mental illness, dude. Because, really at this point, the only thing left is sentencing for Chicago. That's it. It's the sentencing, bro. Motherfuckers can stay around and stick around till it gets to appeals, but it's gonna be 4 years to get an appeal on this shit. It's gonna be 4 years to get an appeal. So we talking about 2027, basically, until he gonna even be able to get back in court to appeal this shit. The state case, dude, listen. He already been convicted federally. The Fed supersedes the state. It supersedes the state. And the state case, they not really worth talking about because the state don't have that. The state don't have a case. That's why Kim Fox called up the feds, because it's like they use the power of the United States Attorney's Office to basically convict this man. When he shows up to Chicago state case, he's already in prison, so he's already gonna look guilty. It's just that simple, man. It's just that simple. This motherfucker has a long time, bro. A long time. Period. He has a long time. Like, this shit is ridiculous. it's ridiculous, man. And you know, people just they don't want to face the facts, dude. That this man ain't coming home no time soon. No time soon, bro. You know, you get people, man, they want to call me out. Oh, he stole some money. I don't give a fuck about no money. I don't give a fuck about no defense fund. I don't care about none of that shit, dude. The honest to God truth is that, listen, this is the honest to God's truth. Like, these people, how many years I think he'll get from Chicago? I think he gonna get like 10 or 12 years. They say there were tapes. Darlene, there were tapes, man. There were tapes. There were tapes. Okay. There were tapes. Period. There were tapes. And these weren't the same tapes, bro. This motherfucker is clearly looking in the camera. Clearly looking in the camera. You know, you could clearly see that it's Rashona. You could clearly see that it's Rashona. And him and Rashona had a sexual relationship. Dude, they had a sexual relationship. That was his wifey. That's what he referred to her as, wifey. He left Drea for Rashona. You bet y'all didn't know that, huh? See, you can't get that over on you're not gonna get this over on the other channel with the people who are lying, who don't know anything, who don't really have no for real connections and all of that shit. Rashana Lanford, at what age? You can't prove the age. Yes, you can. When she shows up at court and she says, "That's me. This started when I was 14, maybe 15." They pulled up videos and shit of him in the 90s saying, "Hey, don't this look like it's the same person, man? Come on, man." Jennifer Bonjean Jennifer Bonjean, like 3 months ago, like back in April or May, got a video expert in there, and a video expert said this is a legitimate tape. I mean, come on, man. The video expert said this, man. This is Bonjean's people, dude. Like, come on now. So, I mean, you know, the truth of it is that, you know, Steve Greenberg was a good lawyer. The rest of them was trash, dude. Steve, like Rob got himself convicted. He was the one who insisted that Nicole Becker stay on the case, bro. Come on now. What the fuck it look like, man, when your lawyer is out here, bro, doing the leg shaking challenge, bro, in her bra, dog? That's not a good look. It's not a good look. In her opening statement, she tells the jury to find you guilty. Not a good look. These are the results of his choices, bro. You know, I mean, bro, people keep on talking about some, you can't prove this, you can't prove that. Like, it's like these types of people, bro. Everything got proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt, he was convicted. When Bonjean came in, Bonjean's exact words was, "Oh my God, there's a fucking tape." Oh my God, there's a fucking tape. This is what Jennifer Bonjean said, man. I mean, like, I'm not capping for the internet, bro. I don't do that. Is great. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 year olds pretty much look the same. How you gonna tell me that I sound dumb? You are the one who sounds dumb because this person got convicted on like fucking 15 different counts, and you said each one of these counts are wrong. Each one of these counts are wrong. Come on, man. 16, 17, 18, 19 year olds all pretty much look the same. Okay, but the girl went to court and said that was me. That was me. I mean, come on, bro. Y'all, you crazy as fucking cat shit. You crazy. Rashona said it was her in court. Come on, man. That was the wife. Attorney Jennifer Bonjean will win that appeal. Okay, she's probably going to win some appeals. Yeah, I could agree with that. I could agree with that. Boho knew he was guilty. Yeah, they knew he was guilty. Come on, man. Think they all lying. They think every the Tyrell, listen, they don't really listen. Don't for one second think that they really think that they lying. They are trying to absolve themselves of the guilt that they feel for, rolling with this man. And they are, what I'm saying? These are people who are in denial. Okay. But I mean, come on now, man. Like, bro, the evidence is overwhelming. Rashona Landford is not credible. She lied all these years. No, she didn't lie. She just didn't show up for the first trial. And the jurors in the first trial said that since she was not there to say it was her, then they didn't have no choice but to say he was not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. RL is not credible. She lied all these years. What did she lie about? What is there a link? I am confused at what all y'all want. A link for what? Her parents said it wasn't her. Her parents and her. Y'all are. You are. Yes, you are. Shit. Yes. Yes. The parents said it wasn't her. Okay, but she said that it was. So can we discuss some questions? Yeah, for sure, Skyline, for sure. Yeah, we can discuss anything you want to discuss. Anything you want to discuss. Anything anybody wants to discuss. I'm here for it. I got all night. Can I drop the link? Fuck it. There's the link. All of Chicago knew what was going on. Okay. Well, why Skylight is trying to log on? I'm finna go get something to eat and something to drink. I'm still over here. I'm still here. Oh shit. Here I come. I just heard you come on, Skylight. Here I come. Let me get finished getting this little chili and shit. I'll be over there. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, hold on. Alright. Give me 2 seconds, Skylight. Alright. Let me get one of these motherfuckers. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. All right, here I am. All right, here I go. All right, Skylight, you gotta turn that. You gotta turn that whatever you gotta do in the background because it's feedback.
Oh damn! Cause I'm in the car. It sounds like scratchy.
No. It's the feedback. Well, shit, you got it play. I guess you got YouTube playing and you on the live stream.
I thought I paused it. Okay, give me a thing. Let me go out and try and come back in there. Let me see. I thought I paused it.
I mean,
I'll be
it
right
ain't no
back.
feedback.
Huh?
It ain't no feedback.
It's not no more?
No, it's an
Okay.
echo.
Echo? All right, let me just try and go out and come right back.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Right. Let me pour myself a drink. I love him no matter what. Shit, I ain't made myself some chili. Damn it. This shall be interesting. Mm. Mm. When I hear her come back in, okay, I just heard her come back in. Right. Okay, Scott Life, you back in the building. Okay, Scott Life, you back in the building. Hello? Scott Life, are you there? Are y'all able to hear? Okay, it sounds like somebody there. Scott Life, are you there?
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. No, I'm driving. I'll be home in a second, so I'll be able to be real clear. No, I just wanted to come in. I like finding people who have differences of opinion and able to have an intelligent conversation. But I was listening to the commentary, and
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear all of it. I just heard a few points. But um, I got to speak up for the Kale supporters because we are here. We don't feel that he's guilty, and that's one question that I have for you is what is he guilty of? But I also hear you state that there is a political agenda that was set up to take him down, but it sounds like you're okay with that. And I guess we're supposed to just throw that out the window and act like that's not there because you feel that he is guilty of something.
I
But I
feel like
guess there's a difference in guilt.
I think that you are conflating two different issues. All that I am talking about is whether or not he is guilty or innocent.
Okay.
Now, now the facts of the matter is that he did things that were illegal in the United States or what have you, and it's no different than bootlegging cable. Back in the day, a lot of people bootleg cable. Okay, but if somebody wanted to come out to, my parents or something for bootlegging cable back in the 90s, yeah, they guilty of it, but it's like that's some bullshit. I'm acknowledging that it's bullshit, but it was a crime nonetheless.
What crime are we talking of specifically? What are you stating that he is guilty of so I could be clear on what we're talking about here?
He created a visual depiction of pornography with a minor.
Okay. Okay. Now, well, let's start at the beginning. Are you telling me that you feel that he was guilty of racketeering?
Um, like racketeering got 26 different adaptations of it.
Based
So
on what he was charged with, enterprise, conspiracy, all that, do you feel that he was guilty of that charge? Fully guilty of that charge of racketeering.
well, again, is racketeering got 26 different flavors that account to it. So when you saying fully guilty of that charge, what adaptation of those 26 are we
Of
talking about?
them charging him with racketeering, are you in agreement with them racketeering? Are you in agreement with that? The charges that they charged him with, the all of that. You okay with them charging with racket?
Uh with racketeering, I have said several times that he is not guilty of the RICO portion of it, and it is collusion on the government's part. Okay, we lost Skylight. Okay, all right, I guess she back. Are you back?
Wait. I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed what you said. My phone went out.
Okay,
Can
all
you
right.
repeat it again?
Okay.
I'm just trying to get a scope on where you coming from. Because okay, now the videotape not allowed to argue with, but the racketeering and the Mann Act, I need to know where you stand.
Okay. Are you out or are you in? Are you out? Because I'm about to respond to it.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay. So I have said several times that it's collusion on the government's part for them to charge this man with a RICO when the two other people who were associate parties in the RICO were found not guilty. They were acquitted of the obstruction of justice charge, and everyone else who would have been a contributor to these racketeering acts was granted immunity. That is basically unclean hands on the behalf of the government, and that's an appeals reason.
Well, hold on. I don't. It went out. Was that just me?
That was just you.
Okay, let me get home because I can't. It's not fair to keep asking you to repeat it. Let me call you when I get home. Give me about 10-15 minutes,
All right.
and I'll come back in.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Sorry about that.
That was all good.
Okay, I'll be
All
back.
right. All right. Did y'all hear it? How many of y'all heard my response? Is there anybody else who wants to get on? In the meantime, just the link right here. Anybody can come on. Anybody can challenge what the fuck I'm saying. I'll open myself to a conversation. Do anybody disagree? If you in the bushes, bring your ass out. If you are in the bushes, bring your ass out. I heard you, but I'll be right back. Snoop going through the same thing now. All right, Darlene is here. All right, what's going
What's
on?
up? What's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you live and well.
Oh, okay. You have the right to feel the way you do. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody. It's like this shit is crazy. You have the right to feel the way you do. And for people to talk about you, it shows what type of person they are. Yeah.
I mean,
And stuff.
it don't bother me, Darlene. Like it is, you're gonna have difference of opinions in this type of stuff. That's a given. But the reality of it is that everything that I've said, I stood on it. I supported it with evidence. You have 3 bloggers, man, who basically were out here at the beginning of this stuff, and one of them, they were talking about you. Hold on, we got Tina Trina here. All right,
they was talking about me.
They were talking about you, but we'll get back to that. What's going on?
Who was talking about me?
We'll come back to
that. No.
Yeah.
You don't start shit with me and say we're gonna get back to it. Who in the fuck was talking about me?
Hey,
Tina,
how are you?
You got on your ear.
Oh, well, do I?
Yeah.
What I got on? I don't have nothing on, Trent.
Okay.
No, I'm on my phone.
Darlene, you must have.
Okay, there's the echo. Okay. Trent, back to. Yeah. Who was saying what about me? Because they can kiss my motherfucking ass. Because first of all, it's like this. I support him no matter what. And I ain't stupid and I ain't dumb.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to explain shit to nobody. I came in this fight with a videotape to show the man that we knew. We really wanted to help him. I didn't know I was going to run into the devil's wife, sons, grandkids, and everything else.
Okay.
And people, I feel like a whole lot of these people was getting paid and put in place to cause confusion and distractions.
Well, Darlene, look, we can't have productive. Like we can't have ongoing rant. Okay. So we're gonna go to Tina Trina or what have you. Then we're gonna come back to you, Darlene. All right, Tina, you up? I'm sorry, yeah, Tina Trina, you up?
Is it still an echo?
No, you good.
Oh, all righty then. I just want to come on and just say this. I was just sitting and listening and everything and listening with well, listen to your commentary, which was really, really good, Trent. And listening with when Sky had came on, and
Mhm.
also I was just saying, I just felt like I felt like what you were saying. At this point, it is over. It is over.
There you go.
And to keep on going, it's just sad. You know, I am a R. Kelly supporter, and I will be. I feel sorry for Robert. Where he is, and I was hoping, for the best, and I fought, the good fight with him, all the way to through the trial, and was wishing the best for him, and all the way through the outcome, and we have to accept the outcome of it. There's no need to keep going on and on and on and on. Like you said, right now it's like, I mean, come on, you know, a mental thing, right now. Yes, his appeals, hopefully that, Jennifer can help him with these appeals that he's going through, and everything. And I will continue to support, Robert, but,
It's over.
you know, what can we do? I do disagree with the government in the RICO, that they put on Robert, the racketeering that was put on him, the Mann Act. And, I was one of your researchers for Boots on the Ground. You know,
I was
I
gonna
have,
I was gonna
you
talk
know,
about that.
yes, I was one of your researchers, with
Mhm.
that. And I stand on that, for him. He was overly charged in New York, and I still stand on that. But again, Robert he has to face what he has to face, Um, he was found guilty. The young lady was there. I believe if she was not there and said that was her and that tape was not there, I believe that he would have walked.
Mhm.
And that's just my opinion, you know. But again, I am a Robert Sylvester Kelly supporter.
Okay, you were there with my bad. It's a feedback. Let me see. Well, this is me. I'm a mute you out. Be back. I'm gonna come back. All right. So Trina, you were there in the beginning, when we formed Boots on the Ground, and we did a lot of research and stuff like that. And have talked to me for hours on the phone outside of YouTube, and so it was said about me that I put together a campaign in order to get $1 million and steal $1 million, basically from R. Kelly's defense. And I want, as somebody who has spoke to me, and I haven't spoke to you in maybe 2 years, but would you please talk to the people, tell them if you think that I was somebody who was out here trying to scam $1 million. Okay, you back on.
Well, I can say personally from talking to you, outside of it, not so. Not so personally. I talked to Trent as one of my, I told Trent, felt like he was one of my children, because I have sons that is Trent's age. And I was, willingly, I wanted to work with him for Boots on the Ground. And Trent was in what he was in. He fully supported Robert Sylvester Kelly. And I'm not just saying that because I am, I'm speaking now. He really was. And he was committed to it. He really was. And when I first started looking at Trent and looking at his videos and everything, if you go to his beginning of his videos, it was all about, he was researching and everything on Robert and everything and studying it. He was, it began with him in his car, and everything. And no, no, he was not trying to scam or anything, trying to build whatever to make a fund or whatever to get money for himself. No, he was fighting for Robert. He was fighting for Robert. And then he built a group saying, boots on the ground. And me and several others got together with him. And, we talked offline, not just Trent. It was several of us, and we were doing research. We were doing research, on Robert,
Mhm.
helping Robert. So it was not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
I'm
I'm
I'm just thrown off by some of this stuff because you I essentially get caught up in the middle of this because I came in early on and says that he does not have an adequate defense. That was true then, and the same is true now. Robert didn't have an adequate defense then, and he didn't have an adequate defense in his trial. And so what I wanted to do was to create the avenue for him to have a fair fight. And what I believe, and I'm gonna unmute everybody after this, is that Robert himself, he was incarcerated. He could not he didn't have a fair chance to fight this. Okay. And picking a lawyer, doing some legwork, stuff like that, you know, he did somebody to help do some legwork. And we could clearly see that the people that he had wasn't in. And you get into a lot of things with these other bloggers. Do you have permission? Did you get this? Did you get that? Man, look, if I see a motherfucker in a river, in the ocean drowning, I'm not gonna get their permission to throw out a life raft and come save them. I'm not gonna let you drown. We got Skylight back in the building, y'all. All right, all right. So
so
okay, Skylife, hold on. Skylife, you back on. Let me see if you muted. Okay. Yeah, come on in. Skylife.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you back. So go ahead with your questions.
Okay. I guess my purpose of being up here is to speak as a Kel supporter.
Mm-hmm.
Because I heard the conversation in regards to you guys saying that it's over. Now, if you guys feel that it's over, then that's your opinion. But I don't understand why there has to be something wrong with the Kel supporters because we believe there's still an injustice that needs to be rectified. And just throwing it up under the rug because he was found guilty, how was that really supporting him? But my question is because a lot of people say, okay, he was guilty of the tape, but in regards to the overcharging, the way they went about coming after him, you got the documentary, then you got Tim Fox inciting the riot, begging for people to come forward. You got them stopping his money so he can't even get any money to create a good defense. I agree with you. He needed a law firm. He didn't have a legal team with random individuals from different areas was not enough. But my question, I'm just trying to see because I respect your opinion. A lot of things I feel like you're an intelligent person. We have the same technical background. I'm just trying to understand. Are you okay with the overcharging? Like, just, where are you at with that?
you
With
know
the
with the
um, with the RICO and the Mann Act, them stacking up charges just to get him. Okay, that's my problem. If you're gonna go after him, charge him with what he did. Make
even though he's not going to be able to fight it sufficiently because he doesn't have an adequate attorney. We know that, but are you okay with that part?
Okay. In the
In
time,
the time.
hold on, somebody got feedback on that mic.
That was me because I wanted to step in because I wanted to say when I said that it was over, I was saying that when I was saying that it was over, yes, again, I will repeat, I am a R. Kelly supporter. I was saying as far as it's over, meaning that the part where when Trent was saying as far as how people is still like going back and forth and going on with it. I'm gonna say that part of his trial is over. I am definitely an R. Kelly supporter, and I will always be. But to keep lingering on and bickering back and forth, that is not a good thing. And yes, as far as him being overcharged, I back it up and say that, of course, we all know that he was overcharged. I stated that when I was saying when I was working with Trent with boots on the ground. We started the research on that because he was being overcharged in New York with the Mann Act and the racketeering and, his First Amendment right being, violated, his Fifth Amendment right. We was pulling up all of that. So we know that he was definitely, his rights was violated. He was overcharged. The Mann Act definitely, Jennifer has definitely, some appeals. He know he's going to be able to win. There's no doubt about it. But you still got to look at the fact of the matter that, that young lady came in there and there was a tape there and she said that that was her. You know, some of the charges that Robert, was charged with, he's not totally innocent by it. And as being, an adult, intelligent adult, we have to face facts that he's not totally innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
You can go ahead, Trent.
Um, so basically during this time, since Skylife was in the car to the time she got home, I went to Title 18 of the United States Code. And this is when people are charged with federal crimes, they are charged with Title 18 crimes. This is Penal Code Section 1961. These are the 35 things in which this is what constitutes racketeering, right? So when we get right here to where it says dealing in an obscene manner, Robert is guilty of that. Um, Bribery, he was accused of that. And I mean, we could go on down the list here uh, to what it is that he was doing. So they say obstruction of justice. In Chicago, he was found not guilty of that, but I think he was convicted of that in New York. Retaliating against a witness, victim, or informant. When Rashona came forward, that kind of constitutes that. Um, and I mean, anybody can really go out here and their open time right here where it says section 2260 relating to sexual exploitation of children. That's he's guilty of that. And I mean, it's two or three things out here of which he's guilty of. And this is coming straight from the United States Penal Code. So as far as racketeering, I would have to in fact say yes, he is guilty of racketeering as they are making it apply. And also when I'm saying that it's over for Robert is because we can continue going around and around, but I don't see how any of this is getting better And at this point, I don't see what's being done productively because the same problem that's going on now is part of the same reason of why he's locked up, and that's because everybody is more focused on who has the biggest YouTube following and YouTube channel, and who knows him the best, and who's the closest to him, and basically who's the plug, to use a common social term. Who's the plug, but not when it comes down to the guns and butter, to the meat and potatoes of the case, he needed a law firm, and all of these people, nobody pooled their resources to actually get him a law team. Everybody was sitting back, and you had bloggers talking about Damon Pryor, of which, to my understanding, Damon Pryor didn't even come up in this case. You had bloggers talking about bloggers who would go out here and they would do documentaries and shit with babies crying in the background, and people would take that as the gospel, and many of the narratives that are still going on YouTube to this day, that people take and run with as fact or false. And these statements have never been true. These are things that have came from bloggers with limited research that people have just taken with, and the YouTube community has accepted them as fact when they're not true. So, Darlene, you can respond first, and then we'll go to Skylife, and then we'll go to Trina Tina last. So, Darlene, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I agree with what Trina was saying. There was overcharge, and then there's also some things, that we have to face. I had to face. I had a whole lot of hard pills to swallow because the judge, may he rest in peace, he died last year. And when I was trying to come up with the best way to help him, and the reason they didn't give him bail is because they didn't want him. That's the only way Rashonda was going to testify. And I knew, they had told me that Rashonda was going to testify. And I was telling people. And then I didn't know what to believe because, certain people were saying she wasn't. But I knew she was testifying. And so, I have to take her word as the gospel. But, I mean, what are people arguing about? You're ignorant, you're stupid, you're a liar. Who paying y'all to keep all of this confusion and mess going on? Because that's all it is. A bunch of mess. Who paying y'all? Because, like I said, when I was saying Rashonda was testifying, they kicked me out of groups and everything. And so I knew that girl was testifying, but like I said, other people were saying she wasn't. But when she took that stand, and
Now,
I
Darlene,
never.
did she take the stand and tell the truth, or did she take the stand and tell a lie? Because that's another thing that I really want to address. And I'm saying, from your knowledge of what you know, did she take the stand and lie? Did she just tell the truth?
Um, I believe her, but I never saw the tape. But I know a lot of people that saw it and said it was them. Then I know some people that saw tapes because everybody started making videotapes, but I never saw the tapes. But once when people wasn't really showing up for rallies and really out there on the streets for him, that's when I knew something wasn't right. But everybody that's from Chicago, from Chicago, they know what the talk was about him. So they just kills me. I didn't know. I finally asked my cousins, and because we had never talked about, like his past and all of that stuff. And we finally had that conversation. And they told me things that, I didn't want to hear. And it is what it is. It is what it is. If you stand up behind somebody, I don't care whether he's innocent or guilty, I still support him. And we really, truly wanted to help him. And so it is what it is. I came in with a tape to try to show him as the person that we knew, and ask people to share the tape. They didn't share, Everybody, I feel, came in this fight to set up camp, get money, and do other stupid, ignorant shit. Yeah.
Okay.
And
All right. And hold on. I'm gonna go to the next person. We're gonna come back to you, Darlene. Before I go to Skylife, I want to piggyback on that and say that people can misconstrue their feelings here, but generally people are more or less saying that hey, we don't agree with how they went after him, but these things are everything isn't a lie, okay? And the fundamental belief that everything was a lie is part of the problem here, because if we would have been moving from the aspect of, okay, some of this stuff is true, but how do we get a lawyer to get around this because we feel that this is bullshit? Then he will be far better off. But you have people who are trying to, people they trying to come up off of his downfall, and these are the people saying that I'm most loyal, and the people who are claiming the highest degree of loyalty to him, or when you look at their deeds and actions, they're the most disloyal. But we going to you, Skylight. If you could come on in the room.
Okay. In regards to the racketeering, okay, you see some of the elements, but they were charging him with working in concert with a group of people for a common goal. That never happened. They tried to say he made money off of selling child pornography. Uh, I'm sorry, engaging in prostitution and profited off of that. It never happened. So the things that he was charged with were not met. It never happened. Okay, so
That's not true, though. That's not true.
that is true.
No, it's
What,
not.
what money did he make off of prostituting for Geronda?
That was not what the charge was. The charge was he was charged with the White Slave Trafficking Act, which is that he had escorted people, minors, if you will, across state lines for the express purpose of obscenity or sex. But
Correct.
it did not say that he profited off of he profited from the females.
That was all I'm talking about, specifically the racketeering. When you have racketeering, they're stating that you are working in concert with a group of people to establish a common goal. They
That's
never established that there
no,
was a group of people.
that's not racketeering. That's a RICO, but that's not racketeering.
Right, but he was charged with RICO. So I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
none of that stuff happened. There were no people that he was working in concert with a common goal, with a common understanding that we're gonna go get these girls so you could uh make whatever money that they say he was gonna make or profit from the outcome. So that never happened. But we just have to agree to disagree on the racketeering. I just feel that that was an overcharge. And
But
then
you taking different things that like you mixing different things together, and that's basically what we talking about here today. The racketeer and the RICO, he was in fact a RICO because there was obstruction, in the fact that they created a visual depiction of sexual acts with women who were minors at the time. And when they created these visual depictions, they went back to pick them up or what have you, so that it did not tarnish his professional career, and he would be able to go on and make profit off of his professional career.
okay, that
Okay, that
there
Go ahead.
Is it a RICO more than one? I disagree. I'm with Sky on that because RICO means that racketeer it's just more than one person. That's what I'm saying. Where I feel that New York and that Jennifer would win because Robert is just one person, and it was only Robert that was charged in that train. How can they charge him a RICO in racketeering? That it has to be more than one person.
but it was
but
never
it was never
proven because it wasn't proven in this case.
You had John Russell.
In this case, that wasn't proven. So that's why I'm saying that how are you standing behind the RICO when the obstruction and the conspiracy was not proven?
You had Don Russell.
Don Russell wasn't in the New York case.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he wasn't in his case there.
Everything was Don Russell.
You said what?
Everything about Faith was Don Russell.
In regards to what? I'm confused.
Have y'all
I'm confused as well.
read this?
Yeah, you going in and out. You said what now?
I said, have y'all actually read this? Because I mean, I read this. I read the case. I read it forwards and backwards. Everything with Faith was Don Russell, from him sending a threatening letter to Faith to basically cease and desist. Hey, we gonna show your naked pictures. We gonna bring 10 niggas to court with us to say that you a hoe. You was out there on the blade. Blah blah blah. He went and got a fake notary. He went and sent this directly to the lawyers. I mean, that's you working in concert with somebody else who was convicted by the same judge in the same courtroom.
How was that tied to Kels though?
Because when Don Russell went and did this stuff, he did it in R. Kelly's name, and it was R. Kelly's signature who was on it.
I don't recall none of that. I don't.
I thought that they didn't tie that. I thought that they didn't tie that
Yeah, he
to
wasn't.
Robert's case.
Listen, listen. This is the reason why when people are telling you Trent is a flip flopper, Trent is this, Trent is that. I've been trying to bring this stuff to people for the past 2 years. But when you get the people who are steady pushing the same narrative over to you again and again and again and again, and they not breaking it down for you, giving you a fundamental understanding of the case, then yeah, I would see why you would feel that way. But Don Russell, basically, you got Rob having sex with Faith. Okay. Then with him having sex with Faith, then
The charge for that was failure to failure of letting her know that he had a venereal disease.
and you
So
also have obstruction, being that he sent these threatening letters, and then you had Don also blow up the movie premiere of The Surviving R. Kelly or what have you. These are the things that prevented him from getting to jail, because these are things that these show where he's a danger to the community.
he
With
wasn't Don Russell.
also you had when Azriel came, and you had her coming. She got flown out by whoever the hell his assistant was, who booked her plane ticket.
No. He
Yeah.
was tied to Don Russell. The charge for Faith was him failing to disclose that he had alleged BD. Okay, so there was no connection to Don Russell. What Don Russell did was his own thing.
You had a whole civil case where that was a part of the civil case. That civil case got picked up in federal court as well as all the rest of that stuff. But that was a tie-in from the civil case that was in New York.
But there was
that was endangerment.
That wasn't proven.
What wasn't proven?
The conspiracy or the obstruction.
Are we talking about New York, or are we talking about New York? Because he was guilty on all counts in New York.
We could go there. Just because he was guilty does not.
Are we saying he's guilty or not guilty, or what have you? I'm not trying to be cute and go into just because this, just because that. I'm just talking big facts, or did this happen or did this not happen?
Okay,
like, trying to argue facts versus opinion.
Wrong. He didn't have sufficient counsel. It was a tainted jury. We had a judge that was against him. Okay, so we can go down a list of things into understanding why he was found guilty. All the testimony that was provided,
guilty.
I'm sorry, what?
He was found guilty because he was guilty.
No, he wasn't. He was found guilty because of the things I just named.
Guilty.
Counsel. He didn't have the jury was tainted.
Okay. He did not have counsel.
Wait, let me finish. He didn't
have with lawyers. Did he have lawyers there?
Yeah, he didn't have proper counsel. What defense did they put on for him?
But the problem with Trent is that when Trent said that these weren't the proper lawyers, everybody said, "Nah, you wrong. You a flip flopper. You ain't fucking cares."
I'm not because that's a fact. He didn't have sufficient counsel. Hence, he didn't have. What defense did they put on for him? All those women came and testified against him, and he lost because there was no defense. They didn't provide a defense for him. But we can't negate the fact that the jurors were tainted. We can't negate the fact that these women lied. I mean, there's certain things that we just can't throw out the window and just say he was found guilty. I'm not okay with that. You know,
Well, in the New York case, I really believe that Robert was overcharged, Trent. And you
Okay,
know
so
that with the RICO and with the racketeering and with them putting in the Mann Act. Now, come on, Trent, come on.
you had the that was it
Now, you know, I
the
mean, the way they did him in New York.
I got two different people in one time. I can
Okay.
talk to them at one time. So whoever goes first, okay.
Okay.
But only respond to one person at a time. So who
Okay. I just want to say, I think New York trial he was really overcharged in New York with the RICO and with the racketeering and with the Mann Act. They really went over the top with Robert.
okay,
I
but
mean, you know they did. Now, come on, Trent. Let's be real. How they did him in New York.
I never said that. I said that they stack of quarters up in the air and then they see which one falls. That's how the feds charge you. The feds are going to overcharge you. It's up to your lawyers to get those cases dismissed or get those charges tossed out. But as far as all the rest of that stuff, I mean, it's not. It is. He didn't have lawyers that had enough balls to get the judge thrown off the case because she had a career as a sex crimes prosecutor. But these is his choice of lawyers. Ultimately, Robert is the person who went out here and let people finesse his money away from him, so he didn't have enough money to go out and get a law firm or get lawyers who could have gotten him out of jail and gotten all this shit dismissed from the beginning. So you still have to go back to blame him, because if you were worth anything, if you were worth $500 million at one point and you don't got no money, man, to you got money problems, which is leading to all of this. Why isn't that you ain't know I needed to go check my accountants, I need to go make sure all my money is where it's supposed to be? In 30 years of being a celebrity, that ain't, you ain't supposed to figure that out when your bank account is down to your last $350,000. I'm sorry, you just not supposed to.
okay,
But
well
yeah,
let's put the cusp of this on the table. Okay. R. Kelly is, as we was stated by the therapist, he's functioning at a third grade level. Okay, the man has a mental health issue. Okay, that nobody seems to want to discuss.
What therapist was this?
He can't.
What therapist was this?
The Bojin had a therapist talk to him and have a conversation with him, and that's why we know that he is, one, not a pedophile, because one, definition, two, because the therapist spoke to him and analyzed him. So, but we can't, people want to try and sweep the mental health issue up under the rug and act like because he had millions of dollars that he should have went and got some help.
These are excuses. These are excuses. Or what
What's
have, because he wasn't so mentally disabled that prevented him from going to have sex with these women. He wasn't so mentally disabled that he was missing concerts and performances where he didn't get paid. He wasn't so mentally disabled that he wasn't so mentally disabled that when these girls showed up, he didn't stick his dick inside of them. So he got selective things that he's mentally disabled about.
Okay, well, let's be real. Let's put it on the table. Okay, most men,
real. That's very real.
If a woman comes to you and offers you the snack, y'all gonna knock it down. So why are we charging him to say that he's wrong?
Man, Mr. Life, that's not true. That's
very true. And come on now, Trent. Stop it.
Not true. I mean, I'm telling you right now.
act like he's not supposed to act like a man, like he's not supposed to. He was one of celebrity.
You as a woman, are subdefining what it means to be a man, and that's not true because you get to a point in your life where you didn't have every type of broad, you didn't fuck everything that's out there. And you get to a point to where you're like, I don't even really want to deal with it.
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about 20 years ago when he was young. We're not talking about now that he was old. A lot of people and people
20 years ago, he was my age. 20 years ago, Skylife, 20 years ago, he was my age. And at this point in my life, it's still women that right now I got 6 different women who want to link up with me or whatever. And it's like, man, I don't feel like fucking with y'all today. I don't feel like fucking with y'all at all. Like I'm gonna suck your dick like this, and I want you to hit it like that, and it's cool, but whatever. Like once you done been there, you done had that. It's just another. It's nothing to get pumped up about anymore.
Okay, but he was in the process of having that. Okay, we talking about 20, 30 years ago. That's when he was having that. He didn't have the same issue later in life. So I'm saying don't try and condemn him for being a man and knocking something down that was presented to him, but also don't minimize his mental health issue because he's still at the age of 20, wasn't functioning as a 20-year-old. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. Don't diminish his mental capacity. He didn't have it. Now the fact that his attorneys didn't bring that to light and stand on that, we got to put that on them. But don't just talk in general as if he's a regular man like you. That's not right, because he's not.
That's my point. The fact that he's not a regular man, if I got 6 bitches, he probably got 600 bitches. So he gonna be more tired of these hoes than I am. Like, I mean, come on now.
With a mental health issue, he's not thinking like you are, Trent. You gotta understand, you got your full mind. You got your
like, come on, man. Come on now, stop it.
No, you stop because you trying.
He not. This dude ain't reading on no 3rd grade level. He don't understand as no 3rd grader. I got people that talk to this man on a day-to-day basis. All that when you go in the court, you running game. His game didn't work. It just didn't work.
You can't take away that
my father did law for 40 years. For 40 years. This is the game that lawyers run. Just because a lawyer brings somebody to court to say something, it don't mean that it's true.
Exactly. But look at
true.
Try to you can't take away that what the therapist analyzed him as. You can't correct that. You can't change it. It is what it is. But at the point of trying to say he's guilty, and like you're saying, when it comes to law, it's not about right or wrong, guilt or innocence. It's about who could win. It's about who could win the charge.
Did the jury come back with a decision? And if so, what was the decision?
They said he was guilty on some of the charges. Yes.
They said he was guilty. Thank you. That's what I'm speaking about. These are the facts.
Okay, so forget the fact that he was overcharged. Forget the fact that he had a tainted jury. Forget the fact that he had a judge that was against him. Forget the fact that he had insufficient counsel. How do you throw all that out and say justify the guilt because he was found guilty? And you're an intelligent man. You know that everybody that's found guilty is not guilty. Sometimes they innocent. How do we have innocent people in jail?
Everybody who's found guilty is guilty because they have been found guilty.
Okay, in the court of law. However, they can still be innocent. But if your legal team did not do the correct things to show your innocence, you go to jail. So you all can't justify a guilty verdict and say, if that's the case, then shit, all the innocent people need to stay their ass up in there because they were found guilty. That's how we doing it.
He's not innocent.
What's he not innocent of? That's what I'm just trying to get clarification.
A visual depiction
Okay, but
of
what else? Okay,
sexual acts with minors.
On the tape. Okay, legally, there was no way for her to get around the tape. Okay, but what else you got? You all are trying to justify.
What else you got? That's all that you need.
Trying to justify the man act. You
crazy. This is crazy. You literally just said, okay, yeah, he did that, but what else? That's crazy.
I said there's a tape, and legally you can't. It's hard to get a tape. The tape, when she tried to get the tape analyzed, they did not allow it. Okay, there was a copy of a tape
that was analyze the tape.
Oh no.
She analyzed the tape back in March. I'm sorry, back in April and May. Like, I mean, come on, man.
No. We could just agree to disagree.
Listen, you got your opinion on your side, and I got facts.
Okay, but we got facts too. You can't negate the fact that what of the things I just said, those are facts.
No, they're not.
Yes, it is. He had a tainted. So you trying to say the jury wasn't tainted, Trent?
No, it was.
Sufficient.
No, it was not.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You trying to say that the judge wasn't against it?
The jury was not tainted.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay. I rest. We just agree to disagree. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to see where you at with it. And you're right. We not on the
again, if the jury was tainted, how was the jury tainted? And then did his lawyer and did the prosecutor's office get to select the jurors?
They all saw, most of them saw the documentary. Okay. They were trying to decide if they were going to be able to sit on the case and find and not remember what they saw in the documentary in order to sit on that trial and be objective. Okay. And that's a fact. That was in the questionnaire. And that's what happened. And it was people that sat up there and said, well, I'll try. But, we all know if you're intelligent, you can't forget what you saw. You can't forget what you heard, and you can't forget what you think. It's going to apply.
One, okay. The documentary was referenced several times during the case by his lawyers and by the prosecutors. Okay. So, it was, if you go and read the transcripts, it said, did you appear on this documentary? And did you say this, that, and the third? This is what R. Kelly's lawyer said. Okay. But how that makes the jury pool tainted, I don't understand. I really don't understand how that makes the jury pool tainted. At the end of the day, they are asked to go back with jury instructions and to case.
Okay. So just like April. Okay. People, I'm from Chicago, South Side, East Side, same side that Kels is on. Okay. Heard about the rumors. Okay. So you want people to, you think really people really listen to the jury's instructions, forget everything they heard about that man for the past 20 years, all the rumors, all the allegations, and then a freaking documentary that diminished him, that totally was one-sided and diminished his character? Like, that was the catalyst of this case. The documentary was the catalyst of this case. That's what brought all this on. So how are you going to try and minimize it, Trent? Come on now. Come on.
I'm trying to minimize what? Was he found guilty or was he not found guilty?
That
That
the people in that
like
had
I mean the part of the delusion come from it is like what we are arguing about something that I'm right about. Like he is guilty. Like no ifs, ands, and buts about it. He's guilty.
yeah, but why is he guilty? I see. I'm a person that
Because
goes a little bit deeper,
he
and I
went
as a
he went
situation
to court.
just
He went
go.
to court. He went to court. He had a chance to put on a defense. He got the defense that his money could pay for, and it was a mess. He was the one who chose to keep Nicole on. When Nicole went out here and fucked everything up, the judge told him, kick this bitch off your case. He decided to keep her home. He was the one who chose I'm sorry, not Greenberg, Tom Fernella, Doug Anton. Repeatedly, Steve Greenberg was like, hey man, I can't do nothing with these motherfuckers, man. I can't do shit with them. He is the one where he one of his lawyers was Mike Leonard. Mike Leonard lost his case and he lost Tim Norman's case damn near a month apart or what have you. So these are the people who he had around him. You had Don Russell, who he chose to roll with, and Don Russell says, well, you know how the industry is. If you like drugs, they're gonna give you drugs. If you like cars, they're gonna give you cars. Implying, yeah, this nigga like little bitches, so they gave him little girls. When you talk about the choices that this man made, he makes a lot of fucked up choices. And I'm not in the business of saying I feel sorry for Rob. Rob got what come to people who do dumb shit. I'm you know like he got what come to people that do dumb shit, and he did some shit.
Well, let's mark it for what it is. He had a mental health issue. Maybe he didn't make the best
health issue. He
but
was
we
never diagnosed. He was never diagnosed.
I'm
And
sorry.
this is he was never diagnosed. He don't have a mental health issue. This and I got this straight from Lisa Kelly. I got this straight from Lisa Kelly.
I don't care where you got it from. I'm saying
he was never diagnosed.
Oh God. He was seen by a therapist, Trent.
A therapist is not a doctor.
That he was
a therapist is not a doctor.
Okay.
I go to a therapist all the time. She got a master's degree. She don't have a doctorate in anything.
Okay, I don't know the credentials of the person, but he was sat down with somebody and they analyzed his situation and they came up with an analysis. And we ain't the ones that are in a position to negate it. So it is what it is. You could say he made bad decisions, but I understand now. Okay, because I'm the type of person that when something happens, I ask why did it happen? I don't just leave it on the table as he was found guilty and then try and justify why he was found guilty. I want to look at the aspects of the case.
I said 2 years in advance this dude was gonna be found guilty. I mean, I don't just sit up in here and say, I don't just sit up in here and just pull stuff out my ass or what have you. Like, I mean, come on, man. The writing is all over the wall.
It was. So why are you trying to act like it was immaculate? But I said it too. I knew when the documentary came out, he was done. I knew when Kim Fox came out, he was done. I knew when Gayle King flipped on his ass, he was done. The writing was on the wall, like you saying. So let's not try and act like it wasn't a political attack against him. So let's not act like it was a fair shake. It wasn't shit fair. We wasn't unfair about that. I'm just saying let's keep it for what it is. Don't try to, that ain't rocket science. If anybody didn't see the tape was out, then they the dummies. From the beginning of the documentary show, it's over for you. We coming for you, and they gonna finish you, and that's what they doing.
Do you believe he had sex with minors?
No, because I don't believe in the age of consent. No.
Okay, well then that's the delusion. But I respect you for, what you saying. But he had sex with minors, and that's at the root of all of this, or what have you. And
Hey,
that's
I
the fact.
personally, I see you not familiar. I personally don't believe that them trying to say a 17-year-old is a minor and that she doesn't know right from wrong and that she's so delusional at 17, 16, same thing. I'm not gonna buy it on no day, and my stance for that is they created a law that doesn't match what's happening in society. Kids, every time they go out on a dance or even in daily life, kids aren't waiting till they have to 17 till they have sex. We could do a panel and a questionnaire on the people that are in this panel to say what age did you first have sex, and we all gonna be in fucking jail. So let's not
That's
try
not
and act
that's
like
not at
we
the heart of the matter. The
that is
heart
the heart
of
of
the
the
matter is you had sex with somebody who was at the age of consent, but you are more than 6 years older than them.
no sex with a
That's
minor,
the
sex with
law.
a minor. Okay, that
And
in that
you
Romeo
you're from Chicago, right? You from
correct,
Chicago. Look
correct.
up the age of consent. It's gonna say 17, but you cannot be more than 6 years older than them.
And that's based on it's still illegal. Okay, now let's read everything that's there. It's still illegal. That's the Romeo Juliet. Okay, it's still illegal. The act is still illegal. Okay, that's what people don't want to. They don't want to address that part. It's still illegal.
Okay.
I'm just saying. We got to look at it for what it is. People want to say, oh, well, yeah, I had sex when I was 12, 13. You slept with a minor. It is what it is. I mean, but hey, you're an intelligent man. You can go look it up. It's still illegal. But that's just my I don't yeah, that's my main stance in this. I don't agree with the age of consent. I don't Nobody's never gonna be able to make me think a 17-year-old is a minor, that she's so lost and so confused and didn't know what was going on, didn't know right from wrong. And plus it doesn't happen in society. It's
They
just
don't,
right.
they don't. They really don't. They really don't.
So you telling me that a person, okay, me as example, I was
Uh-huh.
given a permit, a driving permit at 15. I was driving
Okay.
a car fully on my own at 16. So you telling me that if I got the mental capacity to drive this vehicle, that I could, one, get high in, or if I just want to just run people over, I could just run people over. I got enough understanding not to do that, but I don't have enough understanding as to whether or not who I can have sex with. That makes no sense at all, Trent, and you know it.
Yeah, yeah, you don't have enough understanding to who you can have sex with, because I mean, I'm telling you, as somebody who's been a player in the game, that most of the women I run across, they regret who their first baby daddy is.
I mean,
So
yes,
it
we
ain't
can't we
oh, it
can't
ain't until you
make
get older. It's not
there was
until you get
no
older that you able to really hone in on your decision making. But a 17-year-old girl, even on top of her shit, don't have is not equipped enough to deal with a 50-plus-year-old or a 40-year-old man at 17.
that's not what we talking about. We talk
I
age
mean, at that age, I could put some. If I try to go out here at 32 years old and fuck a 17-year-old, then I would be in the wrong, because I can be applying pressure to this little girl in a way that she don't even know you ain't supposed to do it like that. If I try to do anal with her, shit, I could be dog walking her, hitting the booty hole every motherfucking day. And you can't be getting up in a bitch asshole like that. You got to give her some days off. So at the same time, this shit that Rob did, that shit was out of there. That shit he should not have done this shit.
okay, well when it comes down to the age of consent, and this is a fact since you like the facts, there was no cognitive decision making when they decided the age of consent. If so, across the state, it would be a certain age of consent across the state I'm sorry, across the United States. Each state, what happened was lobbyists went in and they made a decision on what age they were going to have the age of consent with in their state. If there was any type of cognitive ability or mental health knowledge that was included in this, then we will all be dealing with the same ages, and we're not. And that's just the fact of it all. There was no cognitive uh, discussions. There was no test done to decide what the proper age was. It was a political decision by each individual state, and that's a fact.
Okay, so now all of your choices are predicated. Everything you said is predicated on a 17-year-old. But what the fact that the girl was 14 in the tape?
There was no fact that the girl was 14 in the tape. She said she was in the tape, and there was nobody to refute it. So he got found guilty. That's what I'm saying.
14 in the tape.
Because she said she was
in the tape.
This is about a legal case, and in a legal case, if you don't have somebody refuting testimony, you're gonna be found guilty.
In the tape. 14.
You said what?
She was 14 in the tape. It made reference genitalia multiple times as 14-year-old pussy.
Okay, so let's bring it to the facts again. The girl stated that she was how old when she lost her virginity, Trent?
I really don't know, but go ahead and tell.
15, okay? So if she's saying she was 15 when she lost her virginity, how was she 14 in the tape? Come on, Trent. Come on.
14, 15. Okay. Was she 18?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know how old she was. But what I'm saying,
she was still a minor. She was still a minor. And I have a question, Trent, and then I'm going to get off your panel. 14 or 15, she was still a minor, and they still had the tape. And that made Robert guilty because she said it on the stand. And that's the bad part. But I have a question, and then I'm going to get off the panel. Trent, didn't he say, or they say, he had a like some kind of problem, like with having sex all the time? I don't know what you call it, that he had to take medicine for.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know. That was some more stuff that came. It was never proved.
Okay, that was the only question that I had. Thank you for having me on your panel tonight, and I'm just going to drop back down and get into your comments. Have a blessed one. Have a blessed one.
Yep. All right, Skylight.
Okay, I just wanted to say this. In regards to the tape, we're talking about the actual trial. The lady on there said she was in the tape. There was no defense, no person, no testimony refuting. Kels did not take the stand saying he wasn't in the tape. It didn't happen. So he was found guilty. That's why he was found guilty. Not because she said she was in the tape. It's because there was no testimony refuting her testimony. And he didn't take the stand saying he wasn't in the tape. That's why he was found guilty. I mean, people need to look at this case for what it is. It's not one-sided. The same way he lost New York, there was no defense against any other testimony that was brought up against him. That's why.
Have you seen the tape? Have you seen the tape?
I seen a videotape, but from my understanding, it was 3-4 of them that was going around. I only saw one.
But I'm saying, have you seen the tape from this trial? Because this trial ain't none of that shit that was out in back in the day. These were brand new tapes.
I don't know, because I don't know what they showed him. I don't know what they played. I don't know if I saw it.
I'm talking about the tape where he was in the room with the checkered floor, with the white and black checkered floor.
No, I didn't see that one.
Okay. So on that one, it's clearly him, and it's clearly Rashawn.
I hear what y'all saying, but I'm saying the reason was found.
I'm telling you, straight from people who were there, straight from
but
people who defense team or what have you, that these are the facts and what have you. This is stuff you gonna get over here that you're not gonna get anyplace else or what
But
have you.
this, I could care less. I don't care about none of that. My thing is this: if he was, the reason why he was found guilty is because of what I stated. There was no testimony to refute what he said. He didn't take the stand to refute it. Boom, you guilty. Okay. There's no way around that. Same thing for New York. Nobody refuted any of the testimony that was provided against him. Therefore, boom, you found guilty. I mean, this ain't rocket science, people. When you start to understand how trials go and legally and testimony, you understand what happened. I mean, that's clear.
Okay.
I'm not going to change your mind on that. I mean, I wasn't there. Okay. But I know why he was found guilty in each trial. And that's all people should really try and focus on. And let's say it was just the tape. Why not just charge him with the tape? Why overcharge him with racketeering and the man and all
Guilty
that
because he
stuff?
was guilty.
Huh?
He was found guilty because he was guilty.
Not of the racketeering.
I'm sorry.
Not of the racketeering, not the RICO.
I mean, he had to be found guilty of those. He was guilty of enough other shit that it really didn't matter. They just wanted the conviction, and he was guilty of enough.
There was no evidence that he had VD. The test that he took came
Yes, sir.
back he was negative.
Yes.
Okay. That was never
Uh,
we in testimony versus no
if you're not having a herpes outbreak at the time of the test, then yes you could test negative for it. Yeah.
Why am I muted? Oh,
We heard you.
hey, Trent.
Yeah.
And he also stated in his pre-sentencing in New York, he said he married Aaliyah. You know,
Uh-huh.
he said he married her.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
he
I mean,
said he married her. I mean, like, you know, hard pills to swallow, swallow them down. Like, damn already. But
I mean,
it was nice. It was nice coming on the panel.
mhm,
It's been very heartbreaking. I've cried a plenty of nights. Uh, I wish he would have filed mental too. Uh, seemed like right when that documentary came out, I always wondered if he went into a treatment facility, would have helped him, you
mhm,
know. And
mhm,
so, and
mhm,
and the people around him after that documentary came out should have
mhm,
pressed him to go get treatment.
mhm.
But
I,
huh?
I, got- I said, I got you. I
Yeah.
got you. I'm a let's
But
let's get Tina. I'm sorry, not Tina Trainer, but
but
this
I'm
Skylar.
gone.
All right.
Yeah. I'm a R. Kelly supporter to the day I die. Yeah. Okay.
All right. I will get back with you on the next one, Dorland.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. All right, Skylife, you still here?
yeah.
All right,
I'm
it's just me and you, man. All right, cool. It's just me and you. All right, now we can get down to this shit. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. All right, now, what's the issue at hand now?
There's no issue. I understand your stance, and we just have a different view of, I guess, the guilt. You're saying that he's guilty because they found him guilty. I'm saying that just because he was found guilty, that doesn't make him guilty. So we have a difference of opinion, and that's just what we get.
You,
My
we
main
just
point is
hood
just,
law.
uh,
We argue hood law versus courtroom law.
no, ain't no hood law. Everything I gave you was courtroom law. Okay,
No,
and
you like, yeah, okay. He fucked them bitches, but shit, is it all that bad? Like, yeah, it really is that bad, yeah. But in the hood, it's like, come on, man, y'all on some y'all hoes on some bullshit, and I feel you on that.
the
But
fact there, that's not refuted. But I'm saying in regards to the points that I brought up with this case, that those are facts that can't be denied. I mean, and clearly you guys want to minimize his mental health issue. You want to sweep that under the rug like it wasn't a factor, and
nigga
you
ain't got
have a
mental
difference
health.
of opinion on that.
This shit, that mental health ain't make that nigga forget he was rich. I mean, come on, like, that shit. You know, if you ask me, you know, what I'm saying, if you ask me, shit, mental health on that shit. No, mental health is he married an ugly bitch like Dre. Now, and you want to say that nigga mentally ill for that? I'm agree with you on that shit, but the rest of
It was
uh,
all well, we can't pick and choose what we want to make mental health trend. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. You can't say because he had millions of dollars that diminishes his mental capacity. That's not how it works. Because the same graces you want us to have for these jump offs to say, oh, they needed time to come out. They didn't come out right away because they needed time. How do you deny those? That's
for
grace.
I'm not caping for those bitches. I don't give a fuck about them neither.
Oh, well, okay. Well, we agree on that part.
Oh, like people misconstrue what I'm saying. Like they misconstrue this shit. My whole point is when I first started was, man, if y'all motherfuckers are sitting over here thinking y'all keep on saying he innocent. When motherfuckers need to be saying, look, nigga, how do we get this nigga off from the strip that he did? Okay. And the fact that people were not saying, okay, he got some level of guilt, that's what ultimately hurt him and led to his conviction because you got dumbass bloggers who sit here and say shit like, oh, well, Trent trying to get he tried to get $1 million from him. Man, you look. You do IT work, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's what my degrees are in. I got a degree in information assurance and cyber operations, but I own a car lot. Okay, so the money that they saying that I stole, I made that shit in like 3 months this year. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Legally or what have you, running a business. But when you get on YouTube, YouTube is the idiot fest. Okay, and so all of his supporters basically are coming from YouTube, but as black folks, folks can't get together and come up with one cohesive idea to say we think that they got our guy locked up over some bullshit. Let's pool our resources together to stand behind our guy. Because no, when you go over here on Dana J's platform, Dana wants to be the most biggest, baddest, most important motherfucker, and he know Kills. He was there when Kills was born in 1963. Okay, then or 1967. Then you go over on Prima Donna's channel and she feels like she has all of the facts because she pulled out 7 different damn newspaper clippings that don't got shit to do with each other. Then you go on Debo's channel, and Debo wants to go and have his whole thing and make it be all about him. and you go on Texas Black Diamond, and you go there, you go on Phases. I mean, well, I'll leave Phases out of it. But every freaking blogger that you go on, everybody really wants all of the attention to be on them when when everybody was there for one person, and then the folks kind of got caught up in false idols. And when you have bloggers who it is no responsibility to authenticity and accuracy of their data, right? It's just I'm able to put this stuff out here, and once I press record, people are going to accept this as fact if it already fits their narrative. Like nobody's gonna vet these things out, and nobody is gonna fact check any of this stuff. And that's what I've been basically talking about, is that with like people when I go on YouTube, the reason why I don't really blog about this R. Kelly shit no more is because people still be talking about, well, Lisa Van Allen line and Damon Pryor and all this shit. And it's like that's not even a part of the case. That shit that they talking about, that ain't even in none of his charges. So why are you wasting time talking about stuff that's not even in his case? And
well, let me say something. That was a long run. Let me just say this. I can't. You have to battle Prima Donna and Dana in regards to their commentary. I can't speak for a blogger's
I'm not
and
battling them. I really don't give a fuck. They came out yesterday and did a live on talk. They did a live talking about that. I don't give a fuck personally. If you ask me, I'll tell you. But I've been in the house for 2 years, not giving a fuck about this shit. I don't care.
right, but I'm saying I don't know nothing about them saying people saying you was stealing $1 million. I'm not on YouTube for that. And on my channel, that's not my commentary. My commentary doesn't match other people's commentary. So I can't speak for nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You got to talk to them about that. But I'm saying some bloggers on YouTube sensationalize stuff, and it is what it is. But there was no leadership. I can agree with you to say that there was no proper leadership on the YouTube streams, because we see the people that everybody was following. Okay. And that's just, the fact is what it is. But that's not to say that because we had a few bloggers that had their own personal agenda, that the facts that I stated aren't facts. We could say that this hard pills to swallow. Okay, it is what it is. But when you look at this thing on legal matter, it comes down to his legal defense. He didn't have they provided testimony. Testimony is evidence. There was nobody to refute it. Hence, he was found guilty. And plus the other things that I added to that. It was multiple reasons why he was found guilty. He would, in my mind, and from what I analyzed the situation, he wasn't found guilty because he was guilty. And that's why I'm saying that's just where we disagree. That's all I'm saying.
It's a choice of whether or not to take the stand. And if his lawyers advise him not to take the stand, it's because they know something that you don't know. That if he gets out there on the stand, he's gonna have to answer a question about something that is going to potentially be detrimental to him. I mean, these
Okay.
are just this is just what it is.
But let's look at this from both sides. There are many people who go to trial and don't take the stand, okay, and they're advised by the attorney not to. But guess what their defense does? Their defense brings witnesses to refute the testimony of the person that was up there on the stand, and that didn't happen in Kels's case. We
Well,
can't
why were there no
refute
witnesses?
that. It didn't happen. There was no
Why,
defense.
why were there no witnesses though?
Because he had a mess. He didn't have a sufficient legal team. That's why. I'm not a legal. I'm not a. That's not my field. But I understand that.
He had Jennifer Bonjean.
I'm sorry.
He had Jennifer Bonjean. She got Bill Cosby out.
Okay, but let's not look now. Let's not. Bonjean can't do magic. Okay, just like you said, there was a tape. She can't throw no magic pixie dust in the air and make that girl not be on the stand saying she was in the tape. There was nothing she could do about that. So don't try and use that to make that like she's not a good attorney, because that's not a fact. There's no the average attorney wouldn't be
And
able to
she
get around that
was
tape.
bad. I did not say she was good, nor did I say she was bad. You
What
said he didn't have a legal team, and I'm saying he did have a legal team.
he had a legal team, but it was not sufficient. That's what we are coming to the conclusion of. It was
But
not sufficient.
years ago,
We all, but see, everybody knew that. I mean, well, I can't say everybody knew. I knew, and now we finding out that you knew. Okay,
we
but
ain't.
I wasn't in no
I,
position to.
I said it.
I mean, but I wasn't in a position to pay for no proper attorney for him. Okay, so I don't know where you going with that, but I knew that he needed a law firm. He needed a actual law firm that can handle his case. You're correct in that. Not refuting that. There's no
But
denying.
if he needs
Correct.
a law firm, you probably can't pay for it by yourself. But if everybody's on board with one agenda,
And they weren't.
well,
They
there you go. There
right.
you go.
But I'm not disagreeing with you with that. That's not where we at. We just have a difference of view when it comes to just the guilty part. I have an understanding of why he was found guilty, and you have an understanding that's different from mine as to why he was found guilty. That's the only thing. I mean, certain things we agree upon, and just some things we don't.
Okay. So you have a YouTube channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And have you had any guests on your platform?
I do panels and stuff, but guess like who?
Like people who were actually there with R. Kelly that know him personally, anything like that.
Mm-mm, nothing.
Okay.
Well, to my understanding, Dana J was familiar with him. He's been on the panel, and
Okay. All right.
really it. I
Yeah,
think
okay.
like one time, but
Now Dana don't really know R. Kelly. But you know, but basically, you know, basically, and I've said this on other places, that when you go and you talk to the people who were verified to be there, to be around the man and be close to him, all of these people are confused and they kind of chaotic, they toxic, and it's a bunch of infighting. And so every blogger is loosely connected to somebody who was there in the camp, and all of those people have opposing opinions and they give opposing statements and things like that. And so when those people give opposing statements and have opposing opinions, then it leads to infighting amongst the bloggers. When the bloggers have infighting, then that is what's counterintuitive to ultimately getting the R&B superstar released from federal custody. But this is the way that Rob himself conducted his life. Rob was chaotic. Rob would basically he would play people against each other. He would he not only did that with his friends, he did that with the women who he was involved with. He did that with managers, and and to use a modern term, he was toxic. And so all of the things that have happened to him are directly related to that environment of toxicity of which he promoted. And this is just, as somebody who's talked to a lot of those folks behind the scenes, man, it's just like you start to realize stuff. We had Kip come on platforms, and Kip was there. Oh yeah, I used to do this for Rob, but Kip never said why he left. You know, and you get all these people who were former engineers and former managers and all of that, but they never really say why they left or what the circumstances were with them leaving. Rob has a reputation of not paying people. And so it is it's a bunch of chaos that surrounds this person. And that's the first thing that I kind of honed in on and noticed was the environment of chaos and toxicity that was around this man. And so, as they say, shit,
Let me jump in right there. Okay, because that was run. You have to understand, and everybody has to understand. Welcome to Chicago. Okay. You, like I said, you are speaking to somebody who is from the same side of town, had people that went to the same high school, saw people, had my cousin seen him come to Hyde Park picking up girls. But what does that mean? He said they picked him up. The girls were happy to sit in the car with him. He didn't pick them up by gun. Okay. But people in Chicago are toxic. If you could look now, you see that it's a chaotic city. It's a bunch of Vikings running around. Okay. Now for him to have that many people that were toxic and chaotic around him, I once again have to put that on his mental health capabilities. Because the average person, while I'm from Chicago, I had people chaotic around me and that were just straight demons. But I had the mental capacity to place them in my life as I needed them and make them work for me. But him not having the same mental understanding and the ability to uh, arrange those people in his life the way he needed comes down to his mental health issue. I mean, I'm not saying this man is a saint. I can tell you what a typical nigga in Chicago, his capabilities, and tell you what couple things that they might do. So that's not him being toxic in a chaotic world. It's a chaotic city. It's a gangster city. So we're not gonna act like it's a bunch of saints running around and he was just the only one. If we talking about toxic, it's a million men in Chicago also who have slept with minors that haven't been picked up for racketeering and the man act and all this other stuff. So we can't single him out. So do you better understand my understanding of this? It's not like he was the only man walking around. And even now, I got friends that date young women that'll knock them down if they present. I mean, so I hear what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying let's not over condemn him
I'm
for
not
being
condemning him at all. I'm just saying that he is guilty of what they charged him with, the way that they charged him, because it's according to their rules. And so, as far as sitting out here on a YouTube space, that's fine, right? Anybody who wants to continue to blog about him, that's fine. The problem comes in when you have folks who go and talk about, well, he got convicted because Trick came up with $1 million initiative 3 years ago, and he stole $1 million. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all this all of the shit this man did.
I'm not a part of that trend.
You stupid sons of bitches.
I'm not a part of that now. I ain't got
Yeah.
none of
I
that.
mean, I'm not saying you a part of it, but I'm saying you got one motherfucker talking about, oh, this is my cousin. Oh man, that I love. Shut the fuck up, man. This
But
nigga.
why are y'all worried about if he is cousin or not? I still don't understand the point. If the is
Yeah,
for
but I'm saying that when you come in, I'm speaking about myself when my name get drug into it. I don't give a fuck about what else is going on with everybody else. I don't give a fuck if he the cousin or not the cousin. It's when you start saying, "Oh, this motherfucker stole this, he stole that. He went and got this lawyer over here, that lawyer over there." The fuck are you talking about? You know this. You why is it that you are rehashing shit from 2 years ago, from 2 or 3 years ago? It was something that was done at the time. It was unsuccessful. Life has gone on. I don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all got y'all side of the street. Y'all do y'all thing. All I really care to talk about is movies and TV shows. All right, I don't give a fuck about whether or not this nigga's guilty. It don't float my boat. All right, what he eat don't make me shit. I'm gonna fuck a bitch tomorrow, regardless of whether or not this nigga's in jail or out of jail. Don't know the nigga personally. Don't give a fuck about none of this shit personally. Oh, this is just what it is. Okay, these are choices. Whether you for him, whether you against him, these are decisions that he made for himself. Period. You didn't use Skylife. You didn't make these decisions for him. You might sympathize with him, but this nigga did this shit to himself. We can say that the system was against him, but ultimately he gave them niggas the rope to hang him with, and that's the reality.
That's
Yeah,
right. And we just got a difference of opinion. And you're right. It's their game. It's their game. Okay, it's not set up for you to win when they file charges against you, especially when they file them in all damn federal different jurisdiction across different states. I mean, we see what this is, but
man,
obviously,
Scott, you said one thing consistently, as I've heard you say several times. You say you from Chicago and you know how Chicago moves. And at the part of what I'm saying he's guilty is the case is bullshit. But as a 50-some-year-old man, you gotta protect yourself better on these streets. And the bitches that you choosing to fuck with, number one, man, it's two rules to the game. You don't fuck with a bitch that's underage, and you don't fuck with a snitch. Period. Those are the two cardinal rules. And what Rob thought he was a pimp. But the two cardinal rules of some PI shit is you don't fuck with no underage hoes and you don't fuck with no snitches, man. Period, man. And he did both of them. You know what I'm saying? If your bottom bitch is out here testifying on you, nigga, your game weak.
well, see,
Period.
this is the thing, okay, and in regards to we know Chicago is also a pimp city. Okay. Now, I agree with you in regards to the rules, but when you understand it and run into a real pimp, they gonna sign up anybody and they gonna knock anybody down. So there's really no rules when it comes to that in Chicago. It's basically, and I agree with you, and that's my stance. And they get mad at me when I feel the women should have known better. I feel like they went out and looked for something, got what they wanted, and then turned federal. That's how I see it. You can't tell me that you weren't there for what you were there for. Okay, now the law is if they under a certain age, then you get the whammy. That's something that it is what it is. But in regards to the women doing better, presenting themselves better, should have had a different agenda, should have been doing something else. I feel like that's on them. And that's why I don't give them any special graces either. But when it comes down to the law is what it is.
But I mean, he got found guilty of some pimping and pandering. And when you break all this shit down, these are the same charges that they get hit with when you pimping and pandering or what have you. So when you out here and your game is tight, you're not supposed to be this far off your motherfucking game because when you hustling, man, a certain portion of your money is supposed to be tucked away for your lawyers. He's supposed to have $1 million, $2 million retainer or something with a lawyer
Now
in
that's
case it like this go down. And so
that's a
you're not following cardinal street rules. And
that's a
when I'm
fact.
this nigga is guilty or what have you. I'm not sitting over here talking about, well, when you talk about the facts of the case is an afterthought. I'm talking about as far as the rules of the street that I was raised on, that my daddy and my uncle taught me. You only live off of like maybe 30% of your money. 70% of that shit you leave it stashed away for days like this. And then too, when you over here, when you know what I'm saying, they say it like this, man. Pimps don't get knocked for pimping, they get knocked for mispimping. And so when you go over here and Asriel is the witch nigga that wars the evil wand, but you choose Joycelyn, nigga, you chose wrong. You chose wrong. Asriel was the key, man. You gotta let Joycelyn go, nigga. The name of the game is to stay out of jail. Man, you can always get motherfucking, you can always get another bitch.
But this is the thing. He wasn't trying to choose. This is the thing, Tracy. And we got to look at the girl Asriel for what she is, okay? She wasn't going to testify if he chose her. Kels wanted to keep them both. She wanted him to pick one. That's why he's locked up. This ain't about nothing else. That girl didn't testify because she felt she was wrong or because he hit her with a shoe or because she felt unjust. That's bullshit. We know what it is. She didn't get chose and she turned federal. That's what this is.
Skylight. This is the part of the game that I'm telling you. Listen.
He should have had his bread up. You right.
I worked for the military for 12 years before I went and opened up my own business. Okay, when I got stationed over in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. When I got stationed over there, I was like 28 at the time, and my girl was like 20. All right. And when it was cool when it was cool, but when times got rough, she vamped out on me because when you dealing with, when you dealing with any woman, but in particularly a younger woman, man, you have to be there to groom that bitch's mind state on how to handle certain situations. Asriel look young, 21, 22-year-old. She ain't seen enough game, bro. You ain't your claws not deep enough in that bitch for her to be withstanding doing all of that. It's not. It's not. And when I'm telling you, I know from firsthand account, behind the scenes type of knowledge or what have you. Asriel know where everything is. She know where the tape's at. She know where the hoes at. Asriel was the one over here getting in motherfucking shit. She getting on Steve head. Why the fuck ain't Robert out or what have you? She calling up the lawyers. She calling up everybody in the industry who owed this nigga money. Like, where the fuck is Rob's money at? And he let this bitch go for the bitch that had been over that he done chose up on, and we ain't heard from this hoe in 2.5 years.
I see where you coming, and I have to agree. But this is the thing. He wanted them both. I mean, we witnessed the flip. We saw it. She said, I want you to swap her out and put me on. He said no, and hell have no fury like a woman scorned. She finished his ass. That's a fact. We seen the flip. And me being a woman, I know exactly how she felt.
But listen, Skylight, listen. Okay. I got bitches myself. And one they try to throw temper tantrums with me. All right, well, if you don't do this, I'm gonna do this. Bitch, do that shit if you want to, bitch. And see if your ass don't get canceled the fuck up out of her. That bitch was supposed to be canceled a long time ago. And when Rob is sitting up in here, you supposed to be a pimp or a player, but you're afraid to put your foot on a bitch's neck. Then this is why you wind up in this situation because your bitch don't got no fear of what the fuck you gonna do. And when I say fear, it ain't necessarily you gotta punch her out, but you supposed to be so cold to a bitch that you choosing to talk to her or not talk to her makes or break her day. And if your game ain't that tight on a bitch, you ain't doing it right. And I'm not telling you what I heard, I'm telling you what I know.
No, I agree with that. And this is what I'm gonna tell you. Had he been out, it wouldn't have went like that. He was locked up. She pressed that nigga with an ultimatum. He didn't pick her. So she flipped. But you gotta understand, she also got her daddy, her brother, L, and some other people in her ear backing it up. So she felt strong. You can hear her voice when she flipped. Oh,
But
I feel
listen,
sorry for you because I don't even know if you gonna make it what she say, make it to court. She was
but listen,
strong in her decision. But had he been out, Trent, I don't think she would have flipped. I think she would have had the quote unquote fear that she needed.
but listen, old PI told me like this. If your game ain't tight on the bitch while you here, then when you go up the river, your game ain't gonna be tight on her ass at that time neither.
But she
So
didn't flip, was out, Trent. She flipped when he was gone.
when you if your game not tight while you out, then your game not gonna be tight while you here. Now, those of us who are seasoned niggas, we knew Ashriel was gonna flip before she flipped. You could go back and watch the Gail King interview and see that the bitch was gonna flip at that time because you got her out of pocket. Gail King asked her one thing, and this bitch get all the way up in her feelings and shit start going off or what have you. But you ask any bitch of mine who I kept close to me, they would never handle the situation in that way. Or what have you. You hear something, you finesse and you play past all of that. You know, it's that simple. You
But
play past the bullshit.
I agree. But if we look at this child, she no holds bar. Her daddy couldn't control her. She wasn't going. That girl, that was a strong individual. She was an intelligent young lady, well spoken, and confident in herself. And
Oh,
when you got something like that, and she wasn't down for the situation. She played the game as long as she could, but her ultimate agenda, and I'm letting you know now, and every man listening to my voice, yeah, we going along for the double, but we want the main spot, and don't you ever forget it. We'll play your game, like yeah, he got another woman, boop, 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 but understand we sleeping, we waking up, we breathing, we eating to take that bitch out. Period. Don't ever forget it. So when he
oh,
got locked up, she got pressed that nigga for the ultimatum. Are you picking me? He said no, and she finished them. This ain't
oh.
rocket science.
I mean, but at the same time, though, again, at 50 something years old, when you go to court, you supposed to be looking squeaky motherfucking clean. Nigga, you don't get your grown dumb ass on Gail King talking about, man, well, why y'all doing it to me, man? Y'all let Larry Flynn, y'all let Hugh Hefner have two bitches. Why I can't do it? Nigga, shut your dumb ass the fuck up.
I never seen the full.
If it was me, I would have came out there with a bitch as old as Cicely Tyson. Period. I would have had a bitch old. Like
But this is
I
what
win.
look at this though, Trent. I feel you. That's me and you, okay? But understand the young ladies were of age, and in Kels's man, he was good. He didn't know if it was me and he was my client, he wouldn't have did that interview with Gail King. Not gonna happen. I don't care what money she's offering. Ain't none of y'all going on there. That wouldn't have never happened. But I haven't seen that for an interview because I it just hurts me the way she handled him. But from the clips that I saw.
You get
But
to a bitch old as Cicely Tyson and let that bitch talk for you during the whole interview. I would
Yep.
have had an old elderly bitch out there. She would have
Yep.
been like, Trent is so distraught that his 31-year career has resulted in this. And
Yep.
he has confided in me that, he is morally distraught that to be accused by these young ladies, and we understand that they believe that they have had some type of impropriety or injustice go on before them, and we offer our hearts for healing to those young ladies. But Robert, the man that I know, could not have possibly done any of that shit. You step out there with an old bitch that's spitting off her motherfucking hip.
And you right.
I
You
would have, man,
oh,
if it was me, I would have showed up with motherfucking Darlene in this bitch. Yeah. I would have showed up to that motherfucker with Darlene. Like, shit. Fuck. Y'all got me fucked up. Yeah.
and I agree, but let me get on the table too. Morally, I don't agree with it because I agree with the fact of what you're saying, and the same thing on their end. They didn't have the game, they didn't have the street knowledge or the ability to handle a chaos. They had no clue what they was getting into. You see what I'm saying? And I personally don't agree morally because I feel like unless it's just sexual activity, then it is what it is. But when you're trying to establish a relationship with an older person and a younger person, I'm totally against that because nowhere do you guys meet. The only way you meet is sexually. Okay. So I agree with that part. But they just bit off more than what they could chew. And you're right. They didn't finesse the situation. I mean, it was a lot of things. Then you had the predator dude come in as a publicist and he's a thief. Like, who vetted these people? The whole thing from the beginning was a shit show.
It's
And
no finesse. It's no finesse.
none. None.
Even like the way that Rob moved, if you listen to Adrielle tell her, she like, well, you really don't want to do the threesomes, but he just show up here with a bitch in the bed naked, and you on the spot, so you kind of like you got to do it. And when you a player, you always know that even though you over here pulling strings like Geppetto, you always got to make a bitch think it was her decision to do some shit you wanted to do. That's the mastery of the game.
That's a fact. But
You
also, for female that's in position, you the one understand that you in control because you the one got the golden nugget. She didn't even understand her position in all of this. And none of them did. You understand? See, if they came from Chicago and went through what I went through and had the training and the experiences that I did, they wouldn't have been in that position. They would have handled him completely different. But they just had no clue. They didn't have the street knowledge. They couldn't sustain that situation. It just wasn't gonna happen.
but when this nigga tried to build a bitch, why would you take a bitch where you gotta go out here, teach her how to dress, build that bitch into the body that you like, do it like this, do it like that. Like, stop trying to take these struggling ass bitches and build them up and get you a bitch that come already put together
Agree,
like that.
Trent. I
And
agree.
and like, you know what I'm saying?
Hence
This is
the
a part of the
mental health
game.
issue. I believe he relates to young girls because when you even talk to some people that know him, they say that he doesn't function. He's like a child. He doesn't function as a everyday man. So I believe, in my understanding and truly looking at this, he related to young girls. Okay, he didn't really have a connection to these older women because his brain wasn't aged to that point. But we also know somebody younger than you is gonna be more vulnerable, and you got the ability to run game on them. I mean, we know what this is. Same thing if it was me older and the younger guy. We know what time it is. That's not even a discussion on the board. But they just weren't able to. They just didn't have any knowledge of what they was getting into. They just had no clue.
I mean, his game. At 50 some years old, his game is way too advanced to. And this is my problem, man. At 50 some years old, yo, and for this, he ain't a regular 51-year-old man. Your game is far too advanced to be dealing with a bitch that never had her own apartment or know nothing before. What do y'all got to talk about?
That's why I'm telling you,
If
I
y'all
agree.
in a sexual relationship, then you already know your bitches who you just fucking on. You gotta fuck them and lead their ass, bro. You can't be letting a little your little jump off feel like she got a chance to possibly be the one. You can't play with that bitch like that. You gotta let her know, man, you a piece of ass, and bitch, we doing what we doing right now, but when I get ready to cancel you, it's gonna be you just gonna be canceled. And it's that simple.
But let's look at it like this, Trent. I feel he felt he was doing that because he had two. He didn't have them. You stay in this apartment and you stay over there. They stayed in the same apartment. They knew what time it is. You are sharing me, stupid, and you gonna do what I say, stupid, and you gonna go along with it, stupid. And they went along with it, stupid. You see what I'm saying? So now when the ninth inning, see, this is what women have to understand with men. You can't change the name of the game in the ninth inning. The way you start off with them is the way you got to finish up. If she didn't want to be another woman, she should have never allowed that. As soon as she saw another female pop up, she should have gave him the dirties. You don't
But,
stick around and say, "Oh, I'm gonna see where this go." You see what it is. He's showing you what it is.
y'all like when you start off fucking with a nigga when you fucking 17, now you 23, you coming into your own as a woman, and you start and so at 17, with how with how these girls are getting groomed to come to him, then they didn't have a choice in the beginning. Before they know it, he got enough game to put some motherfucking macking on their ass, and before they know it, they caught up in some macking, and he got the bitch spitting backwards in a motherfucking spell that she can't get up out of.
That's
But
why I said they don't have the street knowledge. Because I'm telling you this. If it
I'm
was
saying that's the thing. That's the thing that makes it predatory. No,
I don't see it as predatory because they signed up for it. Just because they signed up for a situation that they weren't built for, that's not his fault. This is my thing, and I'm telling you this: I ran the streets. Okay, I dated all type of guys, but never could a guy ever present to me another female and it be okay. I let them know out the rip. I don't share. I'm second to none. Okay, so whatever they was doing in secret to me. They didn't have the stones to come in front of me with another female or even admit they was saying they was talking to another female because I was holding it down and everything moved around me the way I wanted it to move. You understand what I'm saying? So these females weren't equipped to come to him like that. It wouldn't have never happened to me.
well,
I'm not you bringing a female. Who is this? What? You want me to do what? Man, come on now. We still be fighting right to this day. I
I'm,
ain't going for that.
I mean, my bitch know my other bitch on a first name basis. They know each
That's
other.
what I'm saying. Wouldn't be me. I'm
It,
not the one.
it could be you too.
It wouldn't be me. I
You
promise you. I done had
you
guys try to put me in a
you
trifecta. I had that, and I let
you
them know out the rip. I'm not going. It's me or nothing. I'm not about to share you with two other women. I've been approached. I hung out with Magic Wand, okay, and real pimps and real hustlers, and I'm telling you, Trent, the game that they was spitting was so powerful. But thank God that my environment equipped me to be able to say no, I'm not down with that and exit the scene. Cause I'm telling you, the way they it's magical the way that they talk to you and convince you that oh it's like you going along with them like y'all a team. You see what I'm saying? We gonna go do this. You gonna go in the room. You gonna drop some eye drop solution in the man drink. He gonna pass out. you gonna take all this shit and bring it to me. But when I look back, I'm like, girl, wake up. You see what I'm saying? I had to snap out of that shit. Like, hold on. I'm not the one. And I got out of there. But when you got a weak minded female that's coming in there just off the hip, they fascinated. You know, oh, I want to be a part. I'm a loner. You know what I'm saying? And I never needed a nigga for shit. My parents instilled that in me. So there was no game to be ran on me. You see what I'm saying? When I got with a guy, it's because I wanted to. I chose him. He didn't choose me. I mean, he might have chose me too, but initially I chose him. You see what I'm saying? So
listen. Okay. All right. Now I always reference this movie called Trick Baby by Iceberg Slim. And it's an older con artist working with this younger pimp, and he's a con artist. He go by the name of White Folks. He a black guy, but he's so fair skinned that he look white. They call him Trick Baby. The older con man told him, man, you can't con an honest person, right? So when you are dealing with broads, man, and you dealing with these pimps and shit like that, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you could tell from talking to me that I done had to do some PI shit in my life a time,
yeah.
you know. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? My father told me like this. He said, man, son, don't nothing in the world beat real game, just flat out. And you tell a bitch straight up what you gonna do, what you trying to get up out of her, and all of that. But you got to understand that this bitch is gonna burn out. If you break it to a bitch what exactly the game is 100%, a lot of bitches is gonna stay up in the game for a little while. But most of them is gonna come in for a couple months. They gonna burn out or what have you, because most hoes who in the game, they renegading, and they in the game to get a car, or get their car note paid, or they won't look knickknacks. It take a special type of bitch to be going for the gusto, and the true stuck down, true to the game hoes who really go out there and get it like that. You got it's very rare you gonna find one that ain't so broken and damaged that she ain't useful. But most of the bitches who really are true to the game hoes, they coming from some type of brokenness in their household, some type
Low
of brokenness in their life,
self-esteem. Yes.
low self-esteem. It's always something, it's
Yes.
always some hook there to where
Yep.
when a nigga like myself or a PI come in, I can put something inside of you that you don't organically have yourself, and that is the hook. You know what I'm saying?
And
That's
I
the
hope
hook.
y'all are listening to him. I hope people are, and these women are listening to you, because that's a fact, Trent. It's a fact. But that's why these parents have to instill certain qualities in females. And because otherwise, because that's what I'm saying. I feel like, thank God they ran into Kels. Because if they would have ran into these guys I ran into, Magic Wand, and some of these other guys in the street that's in Chicago, they wouldn't be getting no 5Gs a month. You ain't going on no trips. You about to be in real chains and shackles tied to a bed, and they gonna run you through the projects all day and all night. You gonna really be on the corner and doing drop-offs. Like, they don't understand how this shit really could have went, but you understand that. But they really don't get this.
I mean, I got a bitch right now. Right now, mama died of a heroin overdose when she was a little kid. Daddy died like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Fell off of a motorcycle. Her and her sister, some of the most true to the game hoes ever that go on pussy selling campaigns. I'm talking about go to Enterprise, get a rental car, pick a highway, hit every major city, every state capital on the way to the end of that highway and back, go on a month pussy selling tours out here, trapping out of Motel 6s and shit like that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so and I got, I got from time that I started in the game, which was about, maybe 10 plus years ago or whatever, up until now, I still got about 8 bitches that I ain't dealt with who I turned out, who still out there on the blade getting it on a constant basis. You know what I mean? To where this shit where Rob is sitting up in here cupcaking with these hoes, nigga. These is hoes. The bitches that I didn't fuck with, man, they'd call me, hey, let me take you out to breakfast, let me take you out to lunch or whatever else. And they coming out to fuck with a nigga like me to say, I need management, I need coaching, blah, blah, blah. But you know what I'm saying? At the time that I started this shit, my life and my professional career wasn't in the place that it is now, to where it's like, bitch, I can't go out here on the road with you where I might have to shoot a nigga or something like that and fuck all my shit up. You know what I'm saying? Because you out here,
Feel
you
you
know.
was a predator. You was doing them activities, knowing that they had low self esteem. Did you feel you was a predator?
But I did not. I was too young to perceive it as a low self esteem. That's what I. That's the.
I
That's
mean,
the.
you articulate to me right now what it was. So my question to you is, did you feel that you was a predator?
But I'm telling you that I did at the time. It wasn't. I could never have been a predator because I gave. It was a choice from day in, from day number one. And when I went and talked to the bitch, I never told them about the A side of the game. I told the bitch the A side and the B side. And that's the reason why they still come back and confide things in me to this day. Because when I meet a bitch, I'm telling her the B side, the A side, and the B side, and you got a bunch of dudes like Rob. These are the A side ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? They gonna tell the bitch the A side. They not gonna tell them none of the B side shit.
But the
And
side,
go
I got a girl right here in front of you, and let's go back to the allegations. He had a house full of them. I'm showing you one, two, three, four, five. I'm showing you five other ones. So what game? What more does he need to say? To me, that's the game right there. That he's showing you what you win, and you choosing to stay in it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying I can't see him as a predator because he didn't like they try to say, oh, he hid him from they saw each other. They talked. We saw them at the shopping together. So what more game do I have to present to you other than showing you another hoe? I shouldn't have to say nothing else. You see this hoe, you see you. Do you really think I'm not knocking her down at nighttime when I leave your room? I mean, come on now. What
but
more does he gotta do?
the thing of it though too is, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, your dick's supposed to stay in your pants or not, you know what I'm saying, in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's the key to the game. If you fucking all these hoes, you giving them the idea of importance right there.
Facts. Now, that's a
And
fact.
so with Rob, he was too soft on these motherfucking hoes to where it's he would have benefited. He could have gotten his shit acquitted with saying a very few things, man. Listen, I'm a musical artist. I have 3 Grammys to my name and several other nominations. Your biggest artists, I've written for all of them. Now, the way that the government portrays me is that I'm a sexual deviant and all of this. And, I make sexual music. These are my muses and stuff like that. But the way that they talk about me, it would lead you to believe that all there is to my life is just sex. But I have to go to the studio. I got to record. I got to do X, Y, and Z. That's far more important than these women. And I just, hey, call me what you want, a saint. I'm not, but I'm not this. I'm not this. I'm not this person who they are presenting me to be. I'm far too productive in other areas to be who they are calling me.
Okay,
And he,
Kelly, did you tell us the reason why you married Aaliyah? Tell us why you are seen in the tape pissing on a young lady that appears to be 14. Tell us
Oh,
why. You see what I'm saying? Come on now. You know they gonna come with the hammer.
you want me to answer that? Because I answer all of it.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
hey,
what they gonna hit you with.
okay, listen. Okay. At the time of the Aaliyah marriage, at that time, I was at a far earlier stage in my life. And so the connotations around it and the parameters surrounding that were far different than what they are to this day or what have you. At that time, if I would have been looking at it through the lens of today, it would have never been a thing. However, most people fall in love with people who they work with. At that time, we were producing in the studios and stuff like that. And from the way that she would act, the conversations we would have, and just getting to know her, getting to know her through the recording process. To know her is to love her, or what have you. And so, yeah, I did something I should not have done. I fell in love for a coworker, and I'm very sorry about that. But that was 25 years ago, or 27 years ago. And hey, I'm a changed person today. I'm pretty sure the judge, he probably had some color in his hair 27 years ago. But life goes on. So
That's
hey,
a good answer. And they should have had you on the legal defense team because I would have bought it. You know what I'm saying? But once again, that man doesn't have the mental capacity to spit it like you spit it. That was a full finesse. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have it.
the game got to be in you and not on you.
The
You
facts.
feel me?
And it
And
wasn't.
if you're not living and breathing this game, then you gonna get caught up at some point.
And
And
that's
for me,
what happened.
breathe the game. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm always on my toes, thinking, how do I get up out of this, or what
Yeah.
happened? You
I
know,
would buy that.
hey,
That
I'm
was a very
always on,
good story.
or what have you. Even with the Gail King interview, or what have you. Yeah, I would have just came over her. I would have said, "Hey, listen to all those ladies. I saw that. Hey, I want to say I did not know that those women felt that way about me, and I'm very sorry about them. And we look forward to resolving all conflicts and disagreements on relationships, whether that be civilly or criminally. We look forward to seeing an amicable resolution to all of these situations. But you ain't gotta deny it. You ain't gotta say these bitches lying. Look, we looking for remedies, whether that's through the civil litigation or through the criminal investigations. We look welcome all resolutions.
Okay,
You
well,
know,
Miss Kelly, the two young ladies that you brought here today, are you having sex with them? With both of them?
the two young ladies that are here today, we are family or what have you. We spend time together. We love one another. But my mother taught me that you don't that to respect women. I respect all women, and I wouldn't disrespect these women by talking about their sexual life for national television. You know, personal relations are supposed to stay personal.
Good job, Trent. See, they needed to have you on the legal team. I would have
Shit,
bought that too. See, you know how to script it. I
shit, I
promise you, they would have
for
bought that.
hey, personal stay personal, professional stay professional. We're here to talk about the fallout from the documentary Survivor R. Kelly, and to this that hey, that documentary came down, and we still have several questions that we are looking to ask, such as who gave the clearances for my music to be played during doing this documentary. My music was not. I never cleared my music to be played in that documentary, and so we have we got an internal investigation as far as the clearances and things like that. And like I say again, the person who they described in that documentary, hey, I did not know that those women felt that way about me, and I did not know that those women were not of age at that time. And so we have investigators who are looking deeper into it, and as more facts come forward, we will be we will be look hopefully you will allow us a chance to come back and discuss some of the facts that we're able to uncover via our investigators. That's it. Shit. Fuck,
Well, Mr. Kelly, the sex tape though. In the sex tape, there are allegations of you urinating on a young lady that is supposed to be 12 years old in this tape. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Kelly? Do you have a response?
I'm sorry. What exactly was the question?
There is a tape out there that's portraying that you are urinating on a young lady that is supposed to be 12 years old. What do you have to say about that? Are you in the tape? Did you actually do that?
I have not seen that tape. And to my knowledge, no such tape exists. However, if anything should come forward or I should happen to uncover that, then I'll be able to speak about that at this time. But at this moment, I have not seen such. I haven't seen a depiction like that.
Good job, Trent. See, they should have put a mask on you and had you sitting there for the Gary King interview. I promise you, he'd
I
have been able
would
to talk about it there.
that shit.
Oh,
I don't give a fuck if you saw me, motherfucker. It ain't me.
right.
I don't remember such a thing. Yeah.
I'm with you. That wasn't me. I wasn't there. I don't know what you talking about. That was a good answer though.
I never seen such a tape. Shit.
Right. I never
See,
seen it. And if
no,
I do, we'll be able to, deal with that at the time that it presents itself. I mean, you're right. That's how you
I
gotta
mean,
run
if you on NBC, you can't talk about that. If you on HBO, then you know what I'm saying, because you gotta know
it.
who your audience is.
Yep.
Because like I'll tell you the truth, like shit. Me, shit, I might let a bitch piss on me, you know what I'm saying? Not on my face or nothing, but shit.
Yeah.
Well, it's been pissed on my face before. But that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. Or what have you. You know what I'm saying? It is what the fuck it is. If you into some wild shit, you into wild shit.
I
Yeah.
agree, but it's sad because they condemned them for that. They condemned them for having multiple women. They condemned them for having a whole bunch of thoughts. They condemned him for having sex with a bunch of thoughts. I mean, they condemned him for it. Like, so he was getting hit with the moral and the legal. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of times when I get into a debate with them, I ask them if the woman was 20 years old and the guy was 50, would you have a problem with it? The answer is yes. So the, in some situations he just wasn't gonna win. And you got some women that they only do missionary, and we only have sex every 6 months. Kale's knocking them down, going from room to room, allegations. They couldn't take that.
No,
They don't understand that. They looking at him, he's a monster, he's a predator, he's a sexual deviant. Little do
but
they know.
where again, that's where again he suffered from he suffered with the way that they handled the case.
Mhm.
Okay, they suffer from the way that the case was handled or what have you, and they took the approach of, okay, they were just trying to get past them being that age, but it's like, dude, sex is sex is sex. Okay, sex is sex is sex, and hey, this is what my sexual fetish is. This is what my this is, and they should have just jumped out there and got in front of that shit very early on. Hey, hey, and Rob himself should have said, man, oh, I'm a rock and roll star, man. I can't have normal sex. Okay, I've had too many sexual experiences. I'm
They not
in
for that.
like, I mean, when I was 15, 16 years old, we used to lie about eating bitches pussy. But at 30, 32 years old, man, I spit in bitches' mouths and eat booty, all types of shit. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I,
but society is not ready for that trend, and that's he was condemned on that because I got some guys saying he was getting too much snack. How was there ever too much snack for a man to get? How was there ever too much peen for a female to get? Like who's the judge who decides how much sex a person can have and how they supposed to have it? Like when you trying to conquer those issues, how do you win? You see what I'm saying? He was charged not only with legal acts, but he was charged with moral acts too. Like he couldn't get around all that shit. Like I can tell you right now, I could take everybody that's on this panel. We can go to 75th and State right now, Chicago, and we could see these hoes running and doing tricks in the car right on State Street. You see what I'm saying? All type of ages. You see what I'm saying? So what's customary in Chicago ain't necessarily customary in a small town. I mean, you sound like you come from an area that's experienced, and they just not from that same place. They don't understand Kels. To understand the culture is to
from
understand him.
you from Chicago, you 4.5 hours away, up 55. Most of my playing happened in East St. Louis, Illinois. So
Okay.
we get our dope from Chicago, we get our weed from Gary. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So you talking about the same shit, because
Uh-huh.
most of the cats who are the for real PIs and shit in East St. Louis, they come out of Chicago. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's true.
And that's just it.
Hmm.
So, I mean, I learned, I never, one of the biggest things is, man, I never had a teacher, right, to teach me the game. I
Okay.
learned my game from sitting up in whole houses, sitting up in strip clubs, sitting around made niggas and observing how they move. But I never had a nigga take me under their wing and say, you do this, you do that, you move like this, you move like that. But that's what make me a little bit colder with my game, is that I never had a teacher. So I always had to look at this shit objectively. And all like the thing is that his lawyers don't understand that by the time you get to 24, 25, for a true stump down, true to the game, her days are over.
Yep.
At 20, a 26-year-old hoe is an old hoe.
Is an old hoe. That's a fact.
Oh, like I got a bitch right now that's like 20. Damn. Fuck. When did my uncle have that boy? Shit. I want to say, shit. This bitch 2018. So she's 22, and she kind of like a worn out hoe to me. You know what I'm saying? At 22 years old,
Mm-hmm.
man, she worn out, just straight out the game, just a straight up rat. You know what I'm saying? You touch a
Yeah.
bitch, body ain't got no density or whatever. Now, if you touch a bitch and there ain't no firmness in her body, that's cocaine and pills. For
Mm-hmm.
those of y'all who listening, you know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Touch a bitch and her shit feel like a cheap ass pillow. That's cocaine. That's the pills. They start eating at your muscle fiber like that. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, um, you know,
Pits in
I
your.
you say what now?
I said and put the pits in your face. People don't understand when they be having them pits in their skin. That's cocaine use.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Real talk. So, that's the real that's real truth to the game. These hoes that Rob was fucking with, man, he got them when they was right for the picking or what have you, and it is what it is or what have you. But what I'm saying basically is that when you get older, then you realize like, okay, man, I can't be fucking with these bitches like that because it's too much to what I'm saying. It's
It's
too much to
for yourself. Yes, and your livelihood, your
it.
freedom.
It's just too much of a headache.
Yeah.
You know, and Rob is fucking with these headache laden hoes. You not getting nothing out of it. He done lost everything to helping out a bitch that ain't have nothing.
But see, that was at the beginning. This is my thing. See, towards the end, and that's the part I hate too, was because the whole time people act like the man was 53 years old. But when they finally indicted him, um, he wasn't 20 years old. You see what I'm saying? The whole time that these activities was happening, he wasn't 53. You know what I'm saying? But people, that still how you think that these young ladies are minors. You see what I'm saying? And underage and young and they kids. They don't want to understand that this was 20 years ago. They still not 17 and 18 years old. And I mean, it's a lot of dynamics that are going on with this case. And to
But
me, Al Trent is 7, 8, 9, 10. You see what I'm saying? That's a child. So when you all refer to them, a 17, 16, 15, 14-year-old as a child, I mean, granted, technically that's somebody's child birth, but you ain't no child functioning in the real world. You a teenager. You a young adult.
I mean, Skylight, look, 17 we can agree on. 15 is too young. 14 is too young. 16, I don't know. 16, if you saying 16, I ain't I still feel like 16 is kind of young, but I also ain't gonna argue with you on 16. But 14, 14 and 13, no, that's too fucking young. That's too young.
I give you that. I give you that. I give you 13 and 14. I give you that. That's
15, 15 is still kind of young to me. I personally wouldn't do 15, 16, 17, nigga. All right, whatever.
right.
She driving, she can get in the car and come over and see you when her parents go to the casino or something. All right, whatever. But
But now let's look at this trend. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, and this is how I look at the dynamics of the case. We understand the law, we understand the age of consent. Now they saying this young lady Rashana was presented from her aunt to come to kids to say she want to be the step whoever, the goddaughter or whatever the fuck. And this lady, to me, this young girl was able to spend some a ridiculous amount of time with him under the guise of her being his lost found god daddy. That to me is bullshit. The all of that is bullshit. I don't believe that the parents didn't have an inkling that something was happening. I mean, I, that's insane to me. If I had a kid right now, and myself, when I had godparents, I wasn't spending the night with them and seeing them every day. Like they wasn't active in my life. Like this girl was allowed to be with him in enormous hours, um, all night, all day, spending the night like she was grown. So now, not to justify anything from that, but the parents had to be aware that something wasn't right. I don't know. I buy it. That all
it's
was
like it's this. It's like it's this simple. On appeals, he not gonna really have a problem on the appeal because he got found guilty of charges when they were unable to convict any other co-conspirators. And with everything else, you have a bunch of unclean hands to
Yes.
where all of these other people who are involved are given immunity, and
They
they not prosecuted for the crimes that they did. So
crim-
you basically said this guy masterminded this
yeah,
all by himself,
yeah.
and he didn't mastermind this shit by himself. You
Once
know, y'all gave immunity to everybody else who you could charge, and so now you got a one-sided witch hunt or what have you, to where basically the statement that you went to the grand jury with through the trial process, you basically find out that that's wrong. And
yep.
that's where he needed the attorney at, was to subpoena that grand jury and try to get that shit tossed out of there.
Yeah, you're right. And you're right. And that's enough. But see, that's the stuff that doesn't allow me to sit right with these cases, Trent. How do you present to criminal witnesses and give them immunity? And then you want me to, one, trust what they saying, and two, be sympathetic? No, like, I can't. You should be a Cody. How you not a Cody and you sitting here as a criminal witness with
Mm,
immunity? Can't respect that. I can't sleep at night and say Kels is justifiably guilty, and y'all supposed to be Cody's. I can't.
mhm,
So
mhm.
that's stuff that's my perspective of this. I mean, those are the things that matter to me. I'm not arguing with you about. I understand what you mean in regards to he was found guilty, but when you present, I can't hang my hat on selective prosecution. You present some criminal witnesses that should be Cody's, and you letting them testify against him, and I'm supposed to believe what they say when we know that they lied before. That's why you gave them immunity. I mean, who's stupid here? Not me, you know?
I mean, you have a witch hunt that ended in a prosecution from somebody that never got a chance to set up their defense, and you were fraud. You were not. You basically had your assets frozen.
Yep. Stopped.
You're not able
Oh,
to. You're not able to get an adequate defense, and
nope.
then you got your lawyers stealing money out of this fund and that fund. I mean,
It was a
it's
shit.
like it is this shit. It's a fucking headache, man.
It is.
But this is who Kels is, man, as a person.
But you
He
right.
weird ass. You know what I'm saying?
He
He's this
should have.
weird ass person who keep all this confusion and shit going on. And it's just like, bro, you need a straight up hierarchy, because if you got hoes that if you've been fucking with Rashona since she was 14 and the bitch 35, 36 now, then how is it that a new bitch who can come in, only been there for a few years, feel like she's even in the running to get the top spot? Come on, man. You,
Because
you
he
got
position. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, he made her and presented them to be in position. It was almost like a bad talk show where you eliminate the thoughts and you come down to the last two. And this is what we have. But I agree with you in the fact that his bread should have been up. He shouldn't have never let his bread lack like that. Now, in regards to what was happening to it, I don't really think he was keen enough to tap into that. I think he was really in the world where he thought he was good, you know. But anybody getting 4 million, what was he getting, four M's a quarter? I mean, who gonna think they ain't good? But he shouldn't have never stopped doing music, and that bag should have never got under 50 mil, because had he had the money, he would have walked, and that's just the bottom line.
I
He
mean,
probably
had he not had Don Russell, the nigga would have won. Shit. This shit for real, you can't go to court with a nigga who over there, man. You not even a lawyer. He won't take you to go get a lawyer. This nigga won't. He gonna take matters into his own hands. What type of nigga does that shit? Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, let's be for real.
I'm gonna tell you,
Who does that?
I'm gonna tell you. And I told people before, everybody from Chicago feels like they a celebrity. Okay, even me. You know, that's our culture. We all feel like we great. We all got high self-esteem in a sense in regards to ourselves. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how we carry ourselves. And he's no different. And it appears that he was given the title and he was moving like he was a threat. You know what I'm saying? And when he was with Kels, he appeared to be pressure. So it appears to me that that's how he continued to move when he came back into Kels' life. But I mean, he's not alone. Like I said, it's many Don Russells in Chicago. I mean, millions, and even worse, you know.
Oh,
Let's look at his history. They saying he got kids with minors too. You know what I'm saying? So you got the blind leading the blind. You got a chaotic situation. But Chicago is chaos. Like I can't
but
sit up,
nigga Rob plays the game dumb as hell.
huh?
Because when I say he played the game dumb as hell. Because that nigga, when this shit goes off, you in Chicago, nigga, you supposed to go over there and be standing right there next to Farrakhan, nigga. Period. Shit. Farrakhan, nigga. That means shit. Even the old niggas gonna have your back. Shit.
Well,
Period.
at the time that this happened, Farrakhan is sick. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand that he's very sick. Um, I believe he has cancer. So for the past 5 years, because think about it, before that he was in allegiance with he was in communication with him, but currently, I don't think he's an option because he's damn near death's door. You know what I'm saying? He's a very sick man at this point. But yeah, if he was able to have a communication and relationship with him or either some other political figures, he would have had some type of support from the city.
I mean, I know they say Deion Sanders and Kirk Franklin stand behind him, and it is he needs professional allies and shit. I mean, well, he needs allies, and that's the thing is, people say I'm over there with Larry, but Larry Wright made a poignant point. He like, man, if Will is really this nigga, why he riding around this old ass Montero Sport and y'all partners like that? And that's a good ass point, man.
Wait, who had a Montero Sport? Who had that?
Easy, easy shit. Larry, that nigga Larry ain't got good sense, but
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you this. Nah, don't and I don't know. L know better than that. I done dated some ballers, baby. Okay, and they was riding around in buckets. But when it's showtime, they pulling the Navy out. You see what I'm saying? So don't get it twisted, cause somebody riding around in a bucket. That's to keep the law off your back. But when it's time to stunt, you know what time it is. We pulling the real whip out. And that's just the game of Chicago. He know better than that.
nigga, look,
He know better than that.
the law on my back, nigga, but I'm not driving. I ain't driving no shit like that, especially you an old nigga. Police police too busy trying to get Chief Keef and Lil Durk, nigga. They ain't worried about Will Eady and shit. It's the
Hey,
music niggas that's the problem. Shit.
you gotta,
Will can't outrun the police no more. That nigga too old. Shit.
but you gotta understand in Chicago, the Rome's is gonna roam. Okay, they don't do like you saying right now, and even for the past 10, 20 years. they looking for guns and drugs. You know, I done got pulled over a couple times, and they asked me, you know, you got any guns in the car? They ain't looking for nothing else but guns and drugs. So, but they will pull you over and give you one of them contact cards. So they will make contact. So you gotta be clean now. Don't be riding dirty. And
But
think
I'm just saying that these are this nigga's partners. These are his friends. Okay, who are
I
rolling.
just had a Montero now. I truly believe he had a stunner somewhere. He got to. He wouldn't be right if he ain't have a stunner somewhere. He got
I
it. Right.
Will's supposed to be with the church, nigga. You know, his daddy a pastor. You
Oh,
know, I mean,
right. We
shit.
I about the old one, cause and cause just based on what he taught, you know what I'm saying, you know what it is, But now that he into the church, I doubt if he's still riding around in that same car. Cause now you can ride. You know what I'm saying? You a holy man now. So you could accept your claim, without approach.
I mean, shit. You
But
know, Rob fucked this bitch. Shit. You know, shit. He might wish him. He might have bad wishes for that nigga. So who knows? Who knows? Man, that nigga say he done fucked his bitch. Shit. Rob is a shitty friend. Goddamn it. Shit. I don't fuck you is or killing. You fuck my bitch. I'm whooping your ass.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Now okay, that's definitely against the code, but we ain't saying he is saying he's a man. He's
Man,
like every
no, nigga, that's
man.
fine.
Yeah, that's
That's
foul.
that's foul as hell.
Yeah, that's foul. But we gonna lock him up for 30 years because he knocked somebody friend. Like, I mean, and you gotta understand. I mean, you do understand that if a female presents some snack to you, the most men I know is not turning it down. I'm sorry, even if it's a big fat ugly one. The way my friends explain it to me, I'm gonna knock her down. If they feel like they're in a position where they can't get caught, nobody gonna see them do it. It could be a big fat ugly hoe. They gonna hit it and never talk about it, and that's just it.
Hell no. I'm telling you right now, all cat ain't good cat, but no cat ain't good. This story, like shit. The other day, I was rocked up. I was like, damn, man, I need to hit something. This bitch called me through her crib to come knock her down. I thought I was on to something. I got over there, the bitch was musty. I was like, oh hell no. I had to leave. Shit, I was like, bitch,
And
you
I
ain't
don't understand
even.
that. Like, when females do that, it's like, do you not smell your armpits? Like, when you could smell yourself. Like, do you not know you musty? Like, I don't get that.
I know nowadays. I think women be way too hard on men nowadays because by and large, a lot of these little chicks out here raggedy as hell. This girl called me over to smash her and shit. She sleep in the same room as her son and shit. I'm like, bitch.
Oh, that's foul.
I was like, bitch, I ain't that reckless. But
Yeah,
looking like, yeah, you ain't gonna come over here. I'm like, bitch, hell no.
yeah, that's
Like,
foul.
and that's it. So, but the game is terrible.
It's terrible. It is terrible. I mean,
Man,
and that's what the funny part, because they be like, "Oh, Sky call them hoes," but they is hoes. And they messed up the game for me, because you got to understand, when I was coming up, it was gifts, and it ain't tricking if you got it. When I was coming up, you see what I'm saying? So these hoes going for 20 and 30 and $40, and letting guys call them the B word, and put the pimp hand strong on them. They put me out the game. You see what I'm saying? I can't even.
into that shit because I'm not going nowhere around none of that. Not me. So take it
Yeah,
us all.
that same chick that I was talking about, she had texted me the next day. I was like, "What's up, whore?" She like, "Listen, you not gonna be talking to me like that." I said, "Ho, you out your goddamn mind, bitch." The way I talk, bitch, and I ain't gonna stop talking how I talk for you. Oh, this is true story. I'm not lying to you,
I
Skylight.
don't think you are. I don't think you are. But I just want women to just, I don't know, just be strong and run your shit. That they get mad at me because I want it better for them women. I want them to be in control. I'm in control in everything in my life. Okay. Outside of what the law puts in it. You understand me? So a lot
Mm-mm.
of the way these women move and accepting things, I don't comprehend. Like I'm stupid when it comes to that because it's really my way or no way. And I really would like most women to move like that. Like have some standards, have some lines that a guy can't cross. You know what I'm saying? Have some structure, have some morals and ethics, have something. Damn.
I mean, listen. I don't know if I'm just disrespectful, but listen. I done had 3 women call me this week saying, "Yeah, I got a man, but he don't smack me and spit in my face like you do. He too gentle. I need somebody to thug me out and what I'm saying, pull my hair and shit. That's how they get along nowadays. So
Right.
I,
That
I know what Rob was going through, but shit, nigga, you gotta
now
manage this shit better.
you right. My friend just told me we talked last week about that. He was saying, Sky, right now, these women don't want no relationship. They either want to get high, get them a drink, and get on. They not trying to spend no time and be in no relationship. I'm like, well, that's real fucked up then. That's
Well,
real
she ain't
fucked up.
trying to be in a relationship with that nigga. They trying to be in a relationship. I don't know about this shit.
So you saying
That
choosing him?
yeah, they ain't true. They don't want that nigga. It's man. You say he your friend, shit, huh? Shit. If he your friend, shit, you ain't want that nigga for a reason. So hey, shit. They don't want him for the same reason you ain't want him for.
Right, pretty much. I guess that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, because you're
Man,
right. If I
uh,
wanted him, I would have knocked him down. You're
one
right.
thing about women is y'all are competitive and y'all not gonna let no other bitch get no lick that's for you. You met the nigga first.
That's
Uh,
right.
bitch, I'm not gonna let no nigga get no lick. I got 3, 4 hoes bras over here in my house because they all trying to mark their territory. And I'm like, before I start throwing shit away, which one of these bitches do I think I want to keep around during the winter or what have you, and all of that shit, I gotta see who I'm gonna actually wind up keeping around. Cause they going for it. Shit. They with
And,
the shit.
and I can't be mad at it. You see what I'm saying? All I could do is hate the game. I just
Yeah,
I
you gonna have to.
That's all I could do.
You
But I
gonna have
hope I'm hearing you talk, and I hope they are getting an understanding. And that's all I want is don't put. It's just for women to don't put yourself in a position that you really don't want to be. I mean, sometimes you gotta let a hoe be a hoe, but if that's not your intention, then don't sign up for that at all. You see what I'm saying? Don't be that, and that's just what it come down to. I'm not
now.
gonna put myself in a position that I don't
Now,
want to be.
now, with our conversation, do you understand why I'm saying that this man is guilty now? Not when we get that. We ain't trying to talk about the legal ones, twos, and threes.
Correct.
If you guilty of these gang violations, nigga, that are
Right.
quite the damn rules of the game.
Yes, I understand that. And I agree with that. And I mean, but wholeheartedly, it comes down to the goddamn money. Cause we all know that if you got your weight up, you don't have to deal with this legal situation like anybody else. You know what I'm saying? His bag should have never been that low. And that's one thing that just makes me want to just throw up. Like, why was your bag so low, man?
But how do you get every bitch in your life to turn against you? You know,
I
it's
we
like,
know what they did. I mean, she wanted the number one spot. She wanted to be the bottom bitch. I mean, that's not in question. We knew what happened. I mean, but I mean, and to me, if he was so egregious, they should have had more holes up there. What you got? What, five in one case, and two in another, or five in another? I mean, if he's such a monster, they should have had 100 thoughts up there testifying. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You grabbed a few, you put some pressure on a few. The one girl got mad because you ain't choose her. You know what I'm saying? They did what they had to do. You know, they shaped the prosecution and put a pamper on his ass. You know,
I
and
mean,
we can't argue with that. But I do understand why you feel that way. Yeah, after we broke it down and chopped it up. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you know, this nigga, man. I'll tell you one thing. Shit, dude, Dre can move that little motherfucking ass though. You know, shit,
He-
but that don't
ugh.
warrant marrying that bitch.
That's
You know,
what I think. But this is the only thing that I say. I said she's so flexible. I think she was doing some stuff to him that he ain't seen before. And he like, okay, I need to hit this right here forever. So I'm gonna keep her around. That's the only thing I could see for her. Cause why, like you saying, why pick her to get the ring? You know what I'm saying?
that
They're the ugliest of them all. Like, what the hell?
well, he likes some ugly hoes, man.
He does. He does, though. That's why when I saw Joycelyn and Asriel, I think they are both beautiful, beautiful young ladies, and I was very proud to see them because when you look at the lineup, I'm looking like they all mental health patients. You could some of them look like they were straight out the loony bin. Like your pics is just pitiful. Like it's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of them females. Like let's say, like even with my exes, they all try and come back. If I see your lineup after me and you was with some bust downs, you can't run me back. I'm not gonna let you run me back because I feel like my ego just don't allow for it. Like you have just destroyed your application. And that's just what it is. Now maybe you just was running them hoes, but I feel like you should have after leaving me, you should have had better standards and you shouldn't have touched them. That's how I feel.
I mean, yeah, I dealt with this shit too, cause today is well, yesterday, I guess at this point was my wife's birthday or whatever. So we separated. She got some new little nigga who she dealing with. I'm like, bitch, this nigga, man, whatever. All of this fuss you done made about my hoes, bitch. This nigga, whatever. And the nigga's name is Ben Watson. Goddamn it, nigga, like sexual chocolate all coming to America. So I'm like, man,
Oh, he a pretty guy. Okay.
shit. He an albino looking ass nigga. I'm like, man, yes, bitch. I'm glad that you over here talking about that shit was terrible, bitch. Yep. hmm So man, I'm still remaining toxic though, Skylight. So I did speak with her earlier. He made her call that nigga on FaceTime. But
Wait, you said what? You did what?
I did a sex tape earlier. Shit made her call that nigga on FaceTime while I was fucking her.
No. Oh
Oh yeah.
no. She
Oh yeah.
did.
Yeah, I mean, shit, I recorded. I mean, fuck it. Shit, I told her call that nigga.
Oh God. Boy,
You
you
know,
better. Yo, bulletproof vest, you doing down there doing the most, baby.
Shit, I told her call me that nigga name while she was fucking me. Shit, man.
Wait. I can't breathe. Trent, I can't take you. I promise.
That's
I
that next level shit right there. When you tell bitch shit, you know that's the shit right there. Say, bitch, call me your man name.
You said call me your bad name. Oh my god.
Feel, you know, I want to know what it feel like. I know this shit don't belong to me, but I
Right.
want to, you know, shit. Hey, if you ain't doing this shit, right, you suck this dick like I'm your nigga. Stop. Quit holding that motherfucker hostage, bitch. Come up off of it. Shit.
I promise you. See, women, they need to have a conversation with you. Cause I promise you, they don't understand men. They don't understand what type of men are out here. And I just don't know where these people is from. A lot of these people that I come across, they really think that these women is like cut from the cloth. Like these are holy young ladies and they
Man,
are
please. Man, please, dude. When you hitting it from the back, you have to spit on her back. Spit dead in the center of your back, of her back. Rub your hand in it. Turn her around and smack her in his face with your spit, man. She gonna love you for it, man.
snap.
I'm just
Ooh.
ain't that level. You know, it might be. They may not be on that level of freakiness yet, but I'm just saying, just real talk. That's what you should do. If you really trying to turn around, shit, that's what you gotta do.
I hear you.
Shit. Hey, shit. When you exploring her, nigga, if you just and only hit the twat, you ain't never got in the booty hole, nigga. You ain't do a whole nother G spot over there that you don't know shit about, bro.
Say you missed. Oh
You,
my god.
you don't know shit about. You know what I'm saying? That bitch started bucking like a motherfucking like a bull in heat, nigga, like a bull with his nuts tied, nigga. That's how you know you're doing it, right? Shit, you gotta get up there and ride that bitch. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't never spreaded those ass cheeks, nigga, get all the way off in her and break that bitch all the way off.
Look, and see
Shit.
that's the thing. Now see when you talking like that, that's why I'm like, I know you understand a man then, and it's just like, but I get how you coming though. But I
Yeah,
mean, it's men like you out here, and these women just better be ready.
man, I won't turn the bitch out. I don't give a fuck what she talking about, bitch. You getting turned out fucking with me. I'm sorry, and I'm not gonna answer your calls neither. When I
Oh,
get, I'm gonna fuck the dog shit out of you, and then I'll hit them with the two most magical words. I then, shit, yeah,
oh, oh,
I then shit. I holler at you.
oh,
Yeah,
oh no!
I mean,
You make
but that's
me want to
that's.
cry right now.
I mean, come on, man. You see Angelo and Allison popping up with pictures of Rob. Man, you ain't never supposed to go to sleep around that bitch, man. You sleep, you know what I'm saying, nigga. You supposed to sleep at home.
Yeah,
You go to a bitch house, knock her down, and you gotta wind up back at home. I don't care what you do. This shit like a monopoly board.
yeah, that's
Have
true.
to go at some point. You
But that's the thing. It's like with women, I don't know. I just never had time to waste like that. Like you just not finna do me, you know. And if it's anything, it's gonna be me doing you. It's not ever finna be that, you know.
oh man,
So
shit. I don't care who do whoever. I'm leaving. Shit, 'cause I got other shit to do. I mean, that's the truth.
Ooh,
I got other shit to do.
you a
I'm
piece
leaving.
of work. I'm telling you, whoever catch up with you, boy, they is in trouble. Trouble.
I mean, I'm just saying,
Trouble.
like, but shit, I got weaknesses and shit too, though. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, what, like, you know what I'm saying? When I was younger, I used to be mesmerized by squirters. That shit ain't my thing no more. I like creamers. Like, I don't know why. You know,
Ugh,
it's kind of nasty, but
that is
that's what
disgusting.
I'm into. You know, that's
Ugh,
just what I'm into, man. That's
it,
that's
ugh,
just it.
Jesus.
Mhm. If that's what you can do, but hey, I'm still trying to get better though, Sky Life. I'm trying to grow and get better shit and
No, be you. Then that's the thing, and that's what people don't understand. I don't do what makes you happy. I'm not here to condemn nobody. I've never been here to condemn a person. I just want people to give Kales a fair shake and look at this shit from not only like we saying a legal perspective, but from a street perspective and reality. You know what I'm saying? That's what the fuck it is. Let's look at this shit in a real light. Like fuck. Y'all
I mean,
trying to act like these, like he really went out, was seeking these thoughts out, like, oh, I need you to be with me. He didn't need you. He had plenty coming to him. So you
mm,
thought you was special? You thought you was getting special treatment? Did you really think you was finna be his woman? Like, I just don't know what they was thinking. I
I mean,
promise.
they were buying a dream. Rob sold them. Shit, that nigga ain't have no game. Shit. I mean, come
But
on. Now,
I don't think he presented any game. I think he just had you walk into to what it was, and he let you see what it was, and that was it. And that's the funny part about it. I don't think he even presented no game. I
but
don't.
that's the shit. You got to be in the game from day one. Shit, scene one. You
I
got to
think
be yourself.
them fascinated because he was a celebrity. Fascinated because he probably had the fancy car. I mean, no different than the women in the neighborhood. We come outside, we see the drug dealer with the sounds and the flashy car and with the Anichi jeans on and shit and the money hat. We like, hey, what you doing? Can we ride with you? It is what it is. But he's just a mega
You,
celebrity with more money.
you said the Anichi jeans.
Uh,
Boy, keep yourself, boy.
that's what it was. They boy used to wear the money hat, some jewelry, the Anichi jeans, a Pele coat. You know what I'm saying? Some Deodoras and a flashy car, some sounds. Like that's what we was dealing with. Kale
Yeah,
just had more money. You
yeah,
know, he
yeah,
had more flash, and they
yeah,
got caught up.
yeah. You definitely in your 40s. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I'm from way back. I'm from
yeah.
way back,
That's
way back. That's why I don't understand this, Trent. This ain't. I don't even understand none of this. Like, I'm not playing when I'm
that's
telling you I was getting killed.
like
Like,
shit. I'm younger than you, but like I'm from that last generation of the Mohicans of where like now you got a bunch of girls who just halfway hoes, but they
yep,
not even they not cut from the cloth. You know what I'm saying?
nope,
They don't know how to work the blade or
nope,
nothing. They just supposed to twerk some ass
yep.
and have a hissy fit, and you supposed to make a nigga come off some cash or what have you. I teach a bitch the art of the grift, just straight up. You know,
Mm-hmm.
how to break this motherfucking nigga down, break him down. You know what I mean? But these are some of the most beggingest ass hoes
And
just
they
ever.
like they don't understand. I'm not from this era. I don't understand the thoughtism. I can't understand being in a situation that you're not in control in when you got the golden nugget. You pussy done brought down nations. Stupid. So how do you go into a situation that you ain't in control of? I'm lost, Trent. I'm
But you
lost.
don't have pussy was the golden nugget back in your day. But you know, now niggas is fucking niggas. So shit, it ain't
Yeah,
all that important
that,
as it used to be.
yeah.
Shit.
Now,
Half of these out here are homos.
yeah, now you right. Now see that changed the game too, but initially it started with the women being lax and going for the $40. It started with that. And then it went to, like you saying, the down low dudes. And like you saying, it's all messed up now. I don't even want to be out here no more. Like I'm good. I'm straight on all that. They can keep all that. They can keep your $40. You can keep the download. Keep them all. I'm good. I'm all right.
That shit.
You know what I'm saying? I'll tap in when I need to tap in. You know what I'm saying? I'll make one phone call, but all that, they can keep all that. I'm good. I don't want no part. Then they popping pills. I don't even know what type of drugs you on no more. I'm lost. What
Shit, I'm gonna feel this gonna be Viagra. I'm finna knock this bitch noodle loose. Shit. God, bitch, you gonna know my name. Well, you don't give a fuck. I
but
don't give a fuck, bitch. You gonna know my name, bitch. You gonna be afraid to say my name like Voldemort to Harry Potter, bitch. I'm gonna throw this bitch out. Yeah. And shit, I'm older now. I ain't no young nigga no more.
right.
Mm-mm. See,
And that's
that's
another thing too. The age is a factor. Like when you
that.
dealing with older guy, I'm sorry, you gotta have some game or be equipped. You gotta have something.
But that's why I'm saying like with Rob, man, he know too much, man. Cause like when you older, you just know certain shit like start fucking that bitch in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, like don't even play that game. I'm finna start hitting you in the middle of the floor now. Cause when I put that pressure on you, you gonna start running somewhere, bitch. Let me start out putting your ass in this corner, bitch. You ain't gonna worry nowhere. You ain't word. I'm finna break this ass off.
So you
Period.
come in manipulating the situation.
Period. Shit, you know that. Because you know shit when you fucking with unless you that dude, you know what I'm saying? Unless you that dude, women don't be giving you all the pussy. Now they gonna get they might let you hit, but they ain't gonna let
Right,
you get all of it.
right,
And they
right.
will the
Well,
bitch.
depends on who it is. If it's a runner, they just gonna let you run.
Nah, not even the runners. Not even the runners. So, I mean, shit, they not gonna let you get all of it. Shit, every I don't give a fuck if she a whore, prostitute, whatever she is, she keep a little piece of that twat tucked away for a special.
It's that for a special day.
That's real shit. This is some, but this is something that a nigga, you know what I'm saying? When you a seasoned vet in the game, you can
Uh-huh.
nigga about this because a lot of guys don't know this shit. It's a whole nother corner of that pussy nigga that she done reserved for that special dude, and you don't know it's your place and your place only.
And you
Okay,
right though. You are right about that.
yeah, like nigga, look, I'm getting all off in this motherfucker, nigga. I'm standing up in here, shit, cause I mean, shit, one chick that's like that is like, my side piece when I was fucking on her sister or what have you. She'll let me hit, but she'll be backing it all the way up to where you can't break it off. But you
Yeah,
you
she let you get a sample.
she lets you get a sample of that motherfucker. But I stopped. I had to quit messing with her Skylife because she gonna run and tell her sister, like, I'm fucking on your nigga. And I'm like, bitch, that pussy you gave me was forgettable. Bitch. Don't tell your
Right,
sister. Don't be fucking on my shit, bitch, because
right,
you ain't let a nigga hit that shit the way I need to, bitch.
right.
I'm
She just
about
she could
I'm
tell.
about to call Don Russell, bitch, and blow all your shit up, bitch. got me fucked up around this bitch.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
had some telltale cat. She just wanted to be able to say that.
Man, please, that bitch, she came over there. What have you? Look, shit started instigating this bitch. Damn, you just been wanting to say that.
Right.
She gotta have something over her sister head. Now, she like, yeah, why'd you go and fuck my sister? Blah, blah, blah. Man, y'all hoes, bitch. Y'all for everybody. Okay?
Because like I said earlier, we will never have that conversation. And if I'm talking about, man, please. I've been and got tricked off the street. Like, don't do me. I promise you, don't do me.
Shit.
Do not.
Please, man.
You take an emotional roller coaster. I'm taking you with me once I get there. I promise you that. Don't
I,
do it.
I mean, shit, I done been up, down, through there several times.
Mm-mm.
Several times. I done been down through there. I done, I done been up, I done been down. Shit.
Cause how stupid do you look? Why you
Huh?
had sex with my sister? Wait, what are you even talking about right now? Like, what?
Shit. She came over here one night, Skylight, broke all my shit up, and I'm like, bitch, look, I'm like,
Stay,
shit.
she stayed, didn't she? Did she leave you after that?
Man, I was getting ready to go. I went to my car to grab my pistol because I was finna shoot the bitch.
That's what I'm
But
saying. I'd have shot at her.
but
Okay.
shit, she came back. She came to life or what have you. But it's like, she don't know. She kind of counsel herself with that because it's like, you go out here, you get you a little boyfriend and shit. I allow you to do that. I ain't hating on this shit. Whatever. Bitch, you gonna be a hoe. You gonna do what you do. Shit, I ain't mad at that. Shit, bitch, go
Stupid.
out there and find you a man and shit.
See,
Whatever. Shit, but how you gonna be mad at? How you gonna be mad that I start smashing off on your sister? When doing one of these little periods where you wouldn't answer the phone no more. Like I don't know what that means. Bitch, all right, hey, you don't want to answer the phone for me? I'm gonna fuck your sister. Shit, this is what it is.
and
She
she
gone.
that the respect is gone. That's what I'm saying. After that, there is no conversation to have, and you damn sure don't come back, stupid. Like, what are you doing? Like, wait,
Well, I mean, the sister going. Like shit. It is all this. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no like shit. My wife is my bitch. She just the side piece, and she graduated to that within the
right?
last 6 to 8 months and all of that. But shit, that bitch boy, mm-mm. These hoes, man, they don't want, they refuse to accept what their positioning is in the game. Shit, just straight up. So I know what Rob is going through. He putting grown dick on these little young hoes, man. You fucking these hoes in the corner and shit. He probably eating a twat while pitching the nipple and shit, man. You can't be doing that shit on no bitch.
Masterfully, look, masterfully, like a master, like a champ.
Nigga, you can't eating a twat and shit, nigga. You start kissing her on the inner thigh, starting at the kneecap all the way down to, come on, man.
Know why they was nuts. I know why. I would be too. You know what I'm saying? Like, see,
Uh,
people, the bottom line is this. I'm into spirits and energy. And once you connect your body with a certain person, and then when they really knock you down and you young and you ain't experienced that, you're done.
oh man.
You are done. You ain't coming up out of that. He about to run you until he ain't finna run you no more. You done lost all control.
I'm talking about a nigga that really hit the bottom of that shit.
Mm-hmm. You gonna be
Both
like stupid, like putty to him. Hi.
A
What
lot of bitches
you need?
won't be at the bottom of that shit. That bottom though, shit. And then you hit the bottom and abuse that motherfucker, man. Sit right there, nigga like me. I'll play pogo on your cervix, bitch. I ain't I'm not, real
Lord,
talk shit. I'm gonna get on your cervix, bitch, and I'm gonna jump right up and down on that mother. You
help.
know, 'cause that's the that's what Kels was doing to them bitches, man. You can't be, and these girls only been fucking for 2-3 years, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong, a young dude that's 18, 19, 20, he could probably fuck a whole lot harder, a whole lot rougher, and a whole lot longer than I can. But when I go in there, I'm a marksman. I know how to hit that spot and get the fuck on up out of there.
So you gonna make the minutes count. I
Yeah,
probably think about it. He probably was singing to him. They was gone. Cause if he
mm-mm.
started singing to me, I'd have been like, "Oh, I love you.
Shit,
Sing again."
there you go. Shit, that's what Rob did. Shit, he
Hey,
put their little heads up and shit.
I
I
know why
mean,
he's gone.
you
You
know,
could
like
tell by the way he wear his pants that he's swinging. Like I see what it is. I get it. But I just can't place all the blame on him. Just knowing you a thought. Like you just bit off more than you can chew. I'm sorry you was younger, but you should have been reading a book at home or something. Like go read a book.
shit. I live behind a hustler Hollywood. And when I tell you shit, I went in that motherfucker. I bought a whip like 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh
Shoo,
Lord.
man,
Trouble.
shit. Bit, huh?
I said somebody is in trouble.
Oh man, I whipped this girl ass like 3 nights ago. Shoo. Like, daddy, I love that shit. The other one who I was just telling you about, or what have you, she when I saw her the other day, I was out there, out on the town and shit. I saw her, I ran into her at a little bar and shit. I was off in the cut, and so I ain't even know she was up in there. She saw me as I was walking out. I'm almost in my car because I'm getting ready to go see, the other bitch, the one who I told you turned out to be musty and shit.
Oh
So
yeah.
when I'm walking up out of there, she like, Trent, so you ain't gonna speak to me. So she wants to go over there, make a scene and shit, start doing all this extra shit. So she like, you gonna let me use your girls? You gonna use your girls whip on me? I'm like, bitch, stop playing. Stop playing. Shit, that be. I see why the nigga Rob got convicted. Nigga, that BDSM shit. It's easy to get into that. You know, especially when you got a freak who like to get spanked.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
that shit a turn on. But I think I'm telling you too much, Scott. Like shit, you know, shit. I'm supposed to be a wholesome ass nigga. Shit, yeah. So,
No, I'm listening because understand. I and see that's the whole thing. I don't know if you're familiar, but I grew up. I was a tomboy, and I had all male friends, and even really during my life, I had majority male friends. So I'm familiar with y'all. You see what I'm saying? I'm not
uh,
in the dark to any of this.
I made her leg cross the bed or whatever, and I'm like, hey, you been bad today. Hey, what's your punishment? She like 5 licks. I say, what kind of licks? I'm gonna give you 5 whippings or whatever. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I recorded it though, like kills, and sent it to her mom and her sister. Shit,
Oh no, you didn't.
I'm a wild ass nigga, man. I'm telling you, shit.
Now
You
that's
know,
now see that's comparable to snitching. They need to pull you up on the snitch clause. You have supposed
shit.
to do that.
Oh shit, man. When you really get wild, you gotta spit in her mouth or what have you, and you know, put something up in her. It's like, bitch, do your mama know you got a mouth like this? You know, I mean, I'm
Oh,
toxic or whatever. That's what they call me. I'm talking. I be talking to you though. I'm gonna talk to you while I'm doing my business. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Shit, I'm talking. Shit. You know, I'm a toxic ass nigga. That one I'm gonna take credit for that. Shit. Yeah.
hey, I can't be mad at you. You know, that's why I'm single now for liking the wrong type of guy. So it
Yeah.
is what it is. It
You
is.
know, on it, you don't want that other shit boring. Shit. Well, you know, you need some excitement in your life.
Excitement. That's the thing. It's like, but it's like, damn, why I can't have something down the middle? Can you have a degree and still be exciting? Like, why you gotta be 100% nerd over there? Can I have somebody with a degree and like one bullet shot wound and maybe went to jail like one time? Damn, is it hard to find?
Shit,
Shit,
you say went to jail like one time.
one
Shit,
time,
yeah, that
just one.
I
Shit,
ain't mad at you. Shit, 'cause my wife, man, she always kind of, you know, she always try to talk about all my hoes and shit. You know, it's something about a ghetto bitch that just turn a nigga on. Like I can't be with that. You know, that ain't something I could build nothing with.
right.
But I love a hood ass bitch. I love a hood bitch that do hood shit. That
Well,
shit is, you know, shit
that
just a
just is the problem because guys will have a good female, but like you saying, if that's what y'all like, then y'all gonna go dip. But it's like you sacrificing it all because if you get caught, well, it depends on the female you with. If you with a female with like me and you get caught doing that, you know it's
mm,
curtains. It's a
but
wrap.
this is, hey man, a
Ito.
lot of, you know what I'm saying? Women's egos mature at a slower, you know what I'm saying? Women's conscious mature at a slower rate than their ego do. And, you know, it's a point where all women start to realize, man, hey, this, you know, this dude, he gonna be with me, but he gonna fuck hoes or what have you, you know, period. Shit. And some of them, you know, it to me, you know, a happiness in a woman's life really begins when she kind of accept that, like, I'm not gonna meet no nigga that don't cheat, and that because the niggas who don't cheat, when you look at them, you see why come they don't cheat. Shit, they ain't got no other option, you know. So,
It's just I just can't accept it. I mean, cause I look at myself. If
uh,
I'm gonna dip, you'll never know about it. But I'm a dip. You see what I'm saying? So
I would know about
I
it
want
because
the same respect. That's
shit.
all it is. It comes down to respect. Like you gonna do it and what? Had a girl call my number? Like some of y'all be out of pocket with shit. Like I got friends that went through some crazy situations, and I just never, I come in the door, I say what it is, and I get an understanding at the beginning, and that's
I
it,
mean, me and you know, my daughter's birthday was a month ago on August the 30th, and you know, me and one of my exes had took a trip out of town. We went on a little white water rafting trip. So when we go on this trip, you know, she you know, this is my ex from like 10 years ago. So she asked me how I've been over the time, and you know, we talked. And, you know, I kind of did some shit way back when that I was like, I was too young. So, you know, I had to apologize to her about this shit. So when we got back to St. Louis or what have you, she was trying to make that choose, but she gonna ask me like, you know, hey, did you tell your wife, you know, you was feeling on my pussy this weekend? I'm like, see, bitch, you
oh
doing too much.
right.
You know, now you gonna get canceled because hey, like I took on a little trip. I ain't gonna even lie to you, Scott. Like I took her on a trip, and I ain't even I ain't even fuck on the trip that I had took her on. I wasn't bent out of shape about it because they had called and told us to get out the hotel room because somebody had booked a room in my name and shit. So they was threatening to kick us out the hotel, and we had to get that sorted out. But I'm like, long story short, I told her, I'm like, now why would I tell my wife that I was feeling on your pussy and you ain't even made it a priority to come up off of this motherfucker?
Right.
Yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
bitch, you got the game ass backwards, bitch.
Uh-huh. The games we play.
Shit. Like shit, man, please, shit, you get in where you fit in.
Uh,
Come in, because and it's like some game that shit you can give to the younger women is that it don't matter what you look like. It don't matter really, it really don't matter what you look like. It don't none of that shit matter. All
right.
you gotta do is look decent enough and have some type of staying power. Because
Period.
the nigga
Woo!
marrying, it
Staying
don't
power.
oldest bitch. It don't be the prettiest bitch. It's been a bitch who
Uh,
been around the longest. And if you can
staying
stick and
power.
other hoes out, bitch, you gonna be the one.
Yes. That's game right there. Staying
Mm,
power. Put that in a commercial because that's what it comes down to.
Man, shit, that's that old school shit. But
Yes,
you
it is. But that's
look, I mean, that's that Barry White shit right there.
real. That-
Last album that nigga made before he died. He said, I got staying power.
that's right. That's as real as it gets right there.
But that's it, shit. Don't none of them little hoes fucking with kids. They ain't had no type of,
No,
for real staying power. And
no.
that's what it came down to. Even
But I
Rashawn,
can't blame them. They wasn't built for it. Like they just what they. I mean, look at them. They were preppy, polished. Kind of. Young ladies that the last two, I'm specifically speaking about the last two. You know, appear to be educated and have a little class to them. You know what I'm saying? Just didn't have the street. If they either of them would have had a little bit of street knowledge, I think it would have been a different ball game. But what speaks well, articulate, especially Azriel, beautiful young lady. She just didn't have no game. She didn't. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have the street that she needed.
I mean, well, she is, what I'm saying? When that bitch say, all right, he made us, rub shit on ourselves and all of that shit, it's like, that's
That
that's a weird ass fetish or what have you. That's a weird fetish. And she, what I'm saying, she blocked, she fucked herself up because ain't no other hustlers gonna fuck with you once they see that you done took Rob down and
period.
that nigga's business on Front Street.
And
You know what
that's the part that pissed me off about this, Trent. So you tapping in because as much as you wanted to take him down, do you really put your daughter and this girl in a position to now be a op to everyone for the rest of her life? Like, understand there's still gonna be some people that fuck with her, yeah, but real down, she's done. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's finna really get down with you, and you uh took Kels down, and
I'm saying?
I mean you turned federal like in real life at a young age. Like,
Well,
why would they do that to her?
they took him down and they ain't got shit for it. Nigga, they got 300,000 in restitution.
Trent,
That that shit gonna
that's
be
a
six,
fucking joke. I
you know.
laughed when I heard that. I said, they getting how much? They was like 300K. What? I just
That's
that by the end of this month. What 300 and plus it's ill-gotten gains. Let's talk about that. That's not even no good money. Get that shit out of here.
She got 300,000,
For my
and
life to be
and
tarnished.
she a
But-
cokehead too. Shit,
And
so
that's the room. Okay, allegedly room on the street. So that's letting you know what's gonna happen to that. That ain't going up, man. It's a wrap. That 300K finna be gone. That's knocking it down in 2 weeks. She gonna run through that in 2 weeks, and that's a fact.
well, I mean, I'm
No
just
victory.
that's the thing that be fucking me up is these girls all got their titties done, they got their ass done,
Fake
and
hair, just
y'all,
fake.
who's going to when y'all got to go back to get that shit redone in 5-10 years? How y'all gonna pay for it?
You saw who gonna pay for it. Once did you notice in her interviews how she looked? She didn't look like the young lady who was fighting in the hallway with her weave flying around. She looked a shitty ass mess. She didn't have her hair weave in. Do you remember? She didn't look the same way. So
I mean, like I
that
said,
shit,
like,
huh?
I I quit watching this shit because I had already drawn my conclusions. I was like, man,
I mean,
fuck
but I'm saying the onset of that shit came early, like
it.
within a month or two of Kale's being locked up. Like it didn't take long to see the effect of Kale's not being there. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk, it didn't take long. So that's
Man,
why it's laughable. You getting 300K? I'd have smacked the judge like, wait, I'm getting what?
300,000.
And I
That's
walk around with a rat title and taking down the king of R&B, and you giving me 300? Why wasn't it more?
and
How
ain't
do they
nobody.
determine restitution? How do they determine that?
To, one, you have to show what you lost. You know what I'm saying? You have to,
Oh yeah.
and shit. When they say she lost 300,000. So if you look at it, she met him in 2017. I'm sorry, 2015. You know, he went to jail
In
in 20.
19.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I guess until now, you got to count all that time. So over 7 years,
Mm-hmm.
you 300,000. That's basically, what 30 goes into seven, basically 4 times.
But
So they basically
damn,
said
damn.
you should have made about $42,000 a year. If you would not have been caught up in this web. So
Uh-huh. And you're right, that makes sense. And that's the sad part about it, because had they been prosperous women in society and or independent and had a job and really had something going for themselves, it could have been more money. But
mhm.
that amount is laughable, and it's really embarrassing because you'd have sat up here. Now, I mean, and maybe they got vindication and locking him up for all that time, but personally, that wouldn't have did it for me. I mean, especially if I was trying to get some money out of this. That's
Well,
that's not,
he ain't got no money to give these hoes. Shit. I mean, he probably got his money sitting in a whole nother stash, but that's it. Shit. You
yeah.
know, but
That's sad and embarrassing though. When I heard that, I was like, please tell me you lying.
nah, shit. I mean, that's all that they were probably worth.
I mean, clearly, but it's just sad to see that they basically she threw her whole life away for nothing. Like other than the resting in the fact that you slammed them, what else did you walk away with? You know what I'm saying? Like you saying, allegedly you got a drug habit. You
Mhm.
got nothing going in your life. Like you really are fucked up. Like for real.
She got some fake titties. She got some notoriety. And shit, that's it.
That's it.
But look, we gonna go and shut this mug on down because I need to get a couple hours of sleep or
Okay.
what. We gotta do this again one of these days, kind of life.
Yeah, we'll chop it again. Thanks for having me up and have a good night.
You too. All
Okay.
right. All right. Bye. And all right, y'all. So we gonna take this thing on up out of here.